Happy Friday, IB Nation. Welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Like I said, it's Friday, and you guys know what that means. Well, it means a couple things. First, we're a day away from the Blue Gold game, and I know a lot of you in the chat are going to be there. I saw Salty Virginia Peanut say that he is already on his way up there, making his way up to South Bend, which is exciting. I know Brian's ready for it tomorrow, and then Lauren and I are leaving tomorrow morning to make it up to campus as well. But before we get there, it is Friday, and you guys know what that means. Today is our Friday Free-For-All Mailbag, and this is our opportunity to kind of give back to our avid listeners that sit down and they listen to us Monday through Friday, sometimes Saturdays, like tomorrow, hint, hint, when we go live after the Blue Gold game, that listen to us week in and week out. We greatly appreciate you guys. So today, you guys are going to dictate the topic of conversation. And really how you're going to do that is when you go and you put in, let's say you have a question or a comment that you want Brian and I to talk about, you either put a little MB for mailbag or a little mailbox emoji. And what that's going to allow you to do is it lets Brian and I know to set that comment aside. And throughout the show today, we are going to talk about it. You guys come every single week with really, really great questions. And I'm really excited to dive into it today. We already have 50 questions starred today. And so Brian and I are going to do our best to make it to as many as we possibly can. And then, of course, we're going to see you all tomorrow. But without further ado, Brian, I'm ready to hop into it today, man.
Man, let's roll. You know me, I'm good to go. So I'm ready to roll. I can I just, like you said, there's going to be some good questions. I haven't gone through the questions yet. For reasons that I kind of like sometimes to just have an idea of, not have an idea of what's going on. Sometimes I do like to have an idea. Very curious if people are going to ask about Rodney Dunham, recruiting. Very curious if people are going to ask about the Nico situation at Tennessee. So a lot to discuss in college football right now. So we're going to kick off with Idem Benami, who got in here first. And he's got a two-part question that we'll kick things off with today.
Part one from Iden. There's something to be said about the experience and maturity all of Notre Dame returning players and coaches learned during their playoff run in the extra 4 games. I feel like it really advanced the program. And part two, the seriousness, expectations, and confidence. 4 extra games to prep and play in high-pressure situations. It's kind of like a buy, sell, hold type feel to it.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's definitely a benefit. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that extra time and being in that type of pressure situations and even guys that didn't play. There's a lot of talk about, this guy's got experience and this guy doesn't. And I'm like, look, these guys were all part of that. They all felt the electricity. They all understood the loudness. And it's going to benefit a lot of different players. But certainly there was a lot of youth on last year's team too, Trev. I mean, a lot of sophomores and freshmen were part of the rotation or part of the starting lineup last year. And that's what's like those Drake Bowen and Jaden Alsbury and Leonard Moore, Christian Gray, Bryce Young, just Jeremiah Love, a lot, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, all freshmen or sophomores, Anthony Knapp, all that played huge roles last season. And that's just a small list. There's others. And those guys are now grizzled vets, despite eligibility-wise not being grizzled vets. And a big part of that is because I think there is more to learn from those games and playing a 4-game stretch against inferior opponents. So absolutely. Especially as far as them reaching their ultimate goal.
Yep.
As they now know what it takes to get there and, and what they need to do to kind of get over that hump.
And it's not new. There have been Notre Dame teams in the past that have played a lot of inextensive experience during their freshman or sophomore years, but it kind of ends after the Pinstripe Bowl or the Citrus Bowl. And now there's a lot of players on this team that have experience that's going to, it won't be new.
Yeah, and even the teams that made the playoffs or played in the BCS title game, I mean, those teams didn't taste the success. The thing about the 12-team playoff, what it did was allowed Notre Dame to experience those type of victories. It allowed them to have a home playoff game win over Indiana. It allowed them to have a Sugar Bowl win over Georgia. They got a Orange Bowl win over Penn State, where those other teams, like, they knew what it was like to be there. They didn't necessarily know what it took to get wins in those environments, and Notre Dame has certainly done that. So I think that's a big reason why I believe that this experience is going to be huge for this program. And the coaches too. I mean, it's not just that. I mean, Marcus Freeman's never been in a situation like that as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Denbrock's never been in a situation like that as an offensive coordinator. He's coached in Fiesta Bowls and SEC championship games, and certainly plenty of high level. He was on the 2012 staff at Notre Dame that played for the BCS title, but it's different because it was this 12 team, you got to win 4 type of thing. They haven't been at that. Actually, you could argue that Mike Denbrock's the closest to that because he was at Grand Valley State back in the day, but
Sure.
wasn't part of those staffs that made those deep runs. So, it even for him, it's a little bit different. So, yeah, it's like I'm being sarcastic here, but prior to this year, I had coached in more 3-game playoff things than Marcus Freeman had because at the Division III level, I'd been in situations where when I was at Wittenberg, we won 2 games to get to round 3, and at Muhlenberg, we had to win a game to get to the next round. And at Christopher Newport and all those different places, we had to go on the road and play Salisbury and then win and be in that environment. It's a different deal than it is to have that one game where all your effort and all your energy is going into that one game. So this is a new experience for all these coaches. And that's also true for Ohio State's coaches and Penn State's coaches, and this is true for everybody. Well, now you have that, and you got that out that first year. Now you have a much better way to build, where Tennessee's like, well, we still have a lot to learn about this. Notre Dame's coaches, Penn State's coaches, Texas coaches, Ohio State coaches all got that experience that other staffs didn't. And I think it's huge.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
One thing I forgot to mention at the start of the show, by the way, if you wanted your question bumped to the top, you can always put in a super chat. Here at Irish Breakdown, we always try to make sure that we get to every single super chat, every show, whether it's a mailbag or not. So if you want your question bumped to the top, always feel free to throw one of those in. It's always greatly appreciated. So my apologies for not mentioning that. But speaking of super chats, we have one in here from Rob Osgood. Thank you so much, Rob. With recent recruiting news, it was said that coaches are more hands-on now that Chad Bowden left. Why were they not more involved before? If I'm a chef, I want my ingredients. Hope this makes sense.
It makes sense, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I want your ingredients, but what if you have an assistant who knows exactly what to get, who knows exactly what to do, and you can spend that time now prepping the store, working with your cleaning crew, working with your servers, going over the process to make sure that you're getting food out as quick, that you're getting tables turned over as quickly as possible. Being a great chef isn't just, especially if you're like a restaurant owner, isn't just about cooking great food. It's about presentation. It's about how the front room works. If you're putting out great food, but you got a crap server staff and they don't know how to turn over tables, guess what? You're not going to maximize your profit. If you're putting out great tasting food in a really ugly looking sloppy presentation, then when you're buying your groceries, so to speak, as a chef, you're not able to then do 2 things at once, and you're not able to do maybe some of those other things that have to get done, making sure you're getting the orders put in correctly, making sure that this is happening. Like Trev, this, you talk enough with me. I spend more time dealing with the business side of Irish Breakdown than I do actually producing content, which I kind of don't like, but I'd rather do that than have to work for somebody else. But like, I wish I had someone that I could pay to do a lot of the things that I have to do. Yeah. But for me, it's like, I don't have anybody that I trust enough to do that yet. And that's not a shot on you guys, because you guys aren't hard to do that stuff. I mean, someone who's just doing that type of thing, or that I could afford to pay someone who would be good enough at it. It'd be great to have that, because then I could go focus on other things. So if you're a chef and you have someone that can go out there and they know what you want, and they know how to go put an order together and get the right food, and know what shops to go shop for this, why would you not want to take advantage of allowing them to do that, so you can then focus on other very important aspects of running the business? That's the analogy that I would use. And so I certainly understand why that is. That allowed them to focus more on the coaching and the development piece, because they could kind of go out there and do this thing. So I mean, yeah, I think the coaches should have been more involved, but I also understand why they weren't, because again, like, I love how some Notre Dame fans just, they can't, if you're no longer part of the program, you suck, we can't give you credit. And they'll go, Chad Bowden was holding the program back. Just stop. Guy was doing a great job. And I think to a degree that caused some complacency in certain areas. Whereas if there would have been maybe more hands-on aspects from the beginning, maybe things would have gone even better. And now they're doing that, and it's working out great. So we can sit there and say, hey, he did a great job for Notre Dame. No one should ever say he didn't do a great job for Notre Dame. And if they say that, they're not being serious, or they're just blind homers that just, soon, I love the guy. He's the greatest thing ever until he leaves, and then he sucks a week later. It's just kind of how it is. And, it is what it is. But I do think the current operation is better because I do think coaches need to be more involved in the recruiting aspect of things. So I think it's going great. But let's not also forget that they're also benefiting from the fact that they went 14-2 and played for the championship last year. Let's not pretend like that's not factoring into why recruiting is going better, because they now have an even better product to sell. So let's not act like this is just about this one thing. There's a lot of things that go into it, including the fact that this team went 14-2. And who played a big role in putting that team together that went 14-2?
Yeah, that's facts. Absolutely. Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Give me some of your desperate coordinator hires this season and why.
Oh, gosh, dude. I need to start preparing for Tyler's questions at the beginning of the show, because it's like they're kind of obscure and I don't always have an answer. Desperate hires, I'd have to go look, man. So let me. I'm going to save this question. Let me go back to it while we're looking at some other things. I can look at who the desperate coordinator hires were. I don't have any off the top of my head. Some will pop as soon as I start going through things, but yeah. We'll come back to this one and I'll have a better answer for him.
Okay. Tyler Evans again. Give me one head coach in school you believe it's time to part ways and get a new head coach to get a fresh new start.
I don't know that there's any that I would say right now, because you're kind of, a little too late to be firing coaches. But I think there's a couple, barring something like a Troy Taylor situation where there was some sort of harm being done or some sort of cause that was going on that resulted in him being fired. But, there's a couple coaches that I'll be honest are on my hot seat for this year that if they don't get things going, it may be time for a fresh start. And I think at the top of my list is Mike Norvell at Florida State. If Mike Norvell doesn't have a massive turnaround this year, then I think you may have to ask yourself, was the 2-10 season a step too far, and there's no coming back from that. And I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm saying that will tell me it's the case if he can't have a massive turnaround. And by massive turnaround, I mean like you should be able to get back to being at least an 8-9 win team this year. I mean, let's be real about something here, Trev. What situation did Kurt Cignetti walk into here at the University of Indiana this last year? Did he walk into a great situation with a perfect roster and returning talent and a team that just was so super good the year before that he just had to not F it up? No, they went 3-9 and went 1-8 in their league, and their wins were over Indiana State. They needed 4 overtimes to beat Akron, and then they beat Wisconsin. Akron, by the way, let's just remind people in 2023, Akron's not exactly a juggernaut. Akron that year went 2-10. Their only wins were over Morgan State, an FCS team that's not very good, and over Kent State. Do you remember what Kent State's record was in 2023? I believe it was 1-11. Yes, 1-11. So, think about that. And what did they do last year? 11-2 playoff berth. Yeah, but they didn't play anybody. Guys, they went 3-9 in a year where they needed 4 overtimes to beat Akron, who went 2-10 the year before. There is no easy schedule for Indiana. Indiana has nothing but hard schedules because they're Indiana, and so if you took a 3-9 MAC team and the only teams that they played were the bottom 4 teams of every Power 4 conference, for them, that's a real hard schedule for them. It may not be for Alabama or Notre Dame, but it is for them. And that's the thing about Indiana. He turned that sucker around real fast. Florida State doesn't exactly face a juggernaut schedule this year. There's some tough games in there. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like they should be going out there and just out-talented 4 or 5 times a year. So if he can't get that thing turned around real quick, meaning minimum 8 games this year, and the 4 losses better not be embarrassing, then I have to ask myself, does he have what it takes to turn it around? And might it be time for a fresh start and a fresh face? So, first one that pops off the top of my head, Trev, is Florida State. I'm not sure what you think about that one, if anybody else pops off your head, but that's one for me that's super obvious at this point in time.
Yeah, Mike Norvell is absolutely up there. The top of the list for me is one of either Mike Norvell or Brent Venables at Oklahoma. I mean, that guy is 22-17 over 3 years and 0-3 in the postseason. And when I mean 0-3 in the postseason, I don't mean because they made it to the playoffs 3 years in a row and they lost in the first round every time. They lost in the Cheez-Its Bowl after 2022. They lost in the Alamo Bowl after the 2023 season. And they lost in the Armed Forces Bowl to Navy after this past season. His best season is 10-3, sandwiched in between two 6-6 regular seasons where they finished 6-7. We're talking about a program historically that up until he was hired had maybe 2 losses every year, 2 losses every single year. And then he gets hired in 2022. They go from 11-2 to 6-7, and then they go 10-3. Things are starting to look up a little bit, and they follow that up with a 6-7 season. I know injuries played a big factor, especially on offense for them. So it's not all Brett Venables' fault. I understand that, but he's somebody for me with a big brand. Like, that's why I look at Oklahoma and Florida State in a very similar light. When you're at a big brand like that, you can't be going 6-7 the majority of your coaching career there. So
it's 2 out of 3 years, right?
Yep. 6-7, 10-3, 6-7. And, you look at it and it's like, okay, I don't know what kind of season – short of making a push for the playoffs. I'm not even saying making the playoffs, but if Brett Venables and Oklahoma can find a way to, in the month of November, be in the playoff discussion, I think he bought him another year. But, if they're a 4-loss team or a 3-loss team going into November, they end the regular season 8-4, I still think it's up for discussion. I think then it depends on what those 4 losses looked like or who it was to, or was the team competitive. I mean, I honestly think his saving grace this year was beating Alabama at home like 24-3.
Dude, that's a good point. Like, what's the vibe around Norman if they get beat by, like they should have been beat by Alabama? That's a great point, because they wouldn't have made a bowl game, right? They wouldn't even had a chance to lose to Navy.
Nope.
That also stings a little bit too. It's not even that you lost a bowl game, but you lost a bowl game to Navy. Now, you and I both know Navy's a good football team, and that's not a bad win for a team that was 6-6 in a bowl game where you're missing certain players and such. But perception-wise, schools like that look at Navy like they constantly mock Notre Dame for playing teams like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go out there and you lose to one of those teams. It's like, that's
with a lead.
It's not right. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
When you think of offenses that struggle playing from behind, I think Navy, Army, and Air Force might be at the top of that list. And Navy made a comeback on an SEC team in a bowl game, and that SEC team being Oklahoma, And so Brett Venables his seat is very hot going into 2025.
There's a couple more that I've thought of, Trev. Lincoln Riley's got to be one.
Yep.
In my opinion, where he's not on, I'm not there yet, but look, you're at USC, you went 8-5 and 7-6. You don't get hired at USC to go 8-5 and 7-6. So my point is, okay, does that mean you fire him now? No, but it does mean that if you can't get this thing turned around pretty quickly, then it may be time to go. I mean, let's not forget, in Clay Helton's first 3 years there, he had a 10-11 win season. And things obviously went downhill after that. So I think this is a year where Lincoln Riley needs to show good progress. Now, that doesn't mean they got to go 10-2 or make the cut, but they got to at least win 8 games this year. At least win 8 games to show progress. Because I think 8 games combined with the way they're recruiting right now, assuming they can hold on to guys, which is a different conversation for a different day, is enough to say, hey, listen, obviously we're not where we want to be in year 4, et cetera, but we made these 2 hires in a row. You got, Danton Lynn in 2024. You bring in Chad Bowden in 2025. Danton Lynn fixes the defense. Chad Bowden's going to fix recruiting. Hey, we're going in the right direction. But if they can't do better than 8-4 this year, then I think it's time to say, I just think the dude, we talk a lot about Ryan Day and the comment that Jim Harbaugh made about being born on third base and thinking you hit a triple. Well, Ryan Day has proven that, like, okay, I might have walked into that type of situation, but I proved I can hit a home run. And he did that this year.
Yep.
There's no coach that is a better example right now of that than Lincoln Riley. Because he walked into a situation under Bob Stoops where Bob Stoops had already taken them to a playoff and done a lot of good things. He obviously hired Lincoln Riley. And I think actually they had been to the playoff once. They had been there once. They had a win over Ohio State, I believe. Or no, that was 2017. So that had been Lincoln Riley's first year. But, like you're talking about a team in Oklahoma under Bob Stoops that had gone 11-2 and 11-2 the 2 years before. Actually they'd won at least 10 games in 6 of the 7 previous seasons. And from 2006 to 2016, they had 2 seasons with less than 10 wins and only 4 seasons with 10 or less wins. And so you walked into a pretty great situation at that point in time. And if you paid attention to what happened in Oklahoma, and I've said this before, that's why I said I didn't love that hire. The further he got away from the Bob Stoops era, the less scared you were of that Oklahoma team. They got soft. Their defenses got bad again. They couldn't run the ball as well as they did early on. And then he kind of, put his tail between his legs and bailed out of there when they were going to the SEC and ran over to USC. So I think he's got to be one. So, but they got to win. If they don't win, then it's kind of like, depending on who else is out there, you may have to think twice about that one. A couple other guys. It's probably too early for me to say this right now, but Mark Stoops, look, the guy took Kentucky to 8 straight bowl games, and that deserves you a little bit of grace. 4-8 last year was bad. If they have another season like that, and if you look at their roster, it's possible. I think you were talking about the other day, or maybe Sean was. But here's why I think that he hurt himself a little bit with potential grace when he accepted the A&M job and then tried to be like, no, I decided I didn't want it. I think he lost a lot of that grace of how, of how important it was for him to be, there. I think he's got to turn things around a little bit. Now, Mark Stoops is one. Mike Locksley's another one that I think needs another bounce back year. He was doing some decent things in Maryland, had taken them to 3 straight bowl games, back-to-back 8-win seasons, but they would just have some of those bad losses, and they'd kind of underachieve a little bit from a talent standpoint. And then to go 4-8 last year and to struggle the way that they did, he's got to get bounced back a little bit. They lost their quarterback in the portal. And then another guy, and this is going to probably surprise some people, but Dave Doran's got to show me he can do something different. Look, I know the guy's done some good things, and if you look from 2017 to 2023, they won at least 8 games every year but 1 year. They went 4-8 in 2019, and they won 9 games in 2023. But the way that they lost, going 6-7 last year, they've lost, I think it's like 5 straight bowl games. I just feel like he's got to show me some progress in the NIL era, because it's kind of like, is this just who we are? Is this just kind of who we are as a program? We're a 6 to 8 win team, maybe win 9. That's a guy that I think needs to get some things turned around a little bit, as well as Dave Doran at NC State. So,
what are your thoughts on Kyle Whittingham at Utah? Because he's another person that, after the past couple seasons, it's kind of been trending in the opposite direction. I mean, in 21 and 22, back-to-back 10-win seasons, made it to the Rose Bowl both years, lost to both of them, lost in both bowls. And then in 23, went 8-5, lost in the Las Vegas Bowl. And then this past season, they weren't even bowl eligible. I'm hoping that with him not losing, but kind of the Cam Rising bus moving on, and hopefully they can find a solidified quarterback. Hopefully that can start to turn things around. But what are your thoughts on a guy like him? Because he's been there forever.
Well, and that's why he has a little bit more grace for me, in the fact that he is 2 years removed from the second of back-to-back Pac-12 titles.
Sure.
Last year was a fluky bad year. They had a lot of bad injuries. So, the COVID year aside, you look at the 4 previous seasons, they'd won 11, 10, 10, and 8 games. But he's another guy. They've lost 5 straight bowl games, and last year was a disaster. So he's not there for me yet. But if they don't bounce back, he goes into 26 in that regard. Now, he may just decide, like, look, the things that we did to win here, we can't do anymore because of the current landscape, and he may decide to step away. I get that. But he's one, and I would put Mike Gundy in a similar situation. Mike Gundy, the success he's had over the years, he absolutely gets way more grace than others. But you got to show some sort of bounce back this season, or you're going to go into 2026 maybe on the hot seat. So I think he's another one. Somebody said Dave Aranda's on the hot seat. I think Dave Aranda, I mean, I could be wrong on this. I don't know how Baylor people feel, but for me, I think Dave Aranda kind of got himself with some grace last year with the season, the bounce back season they had. Obviously his first year at Baylor was not good, but that was the COVID year. Then they won the Big 12 the next year, and then they had kind of 2 down years. But I think they bounced back pretty good last year, to be completely honest with you. They went 8-5. They had a couple not good losses. Obviously, you lose to Utah, who ended up not being very good. But the Colorado loss was really competitive, went to overtime, lost on the final play. They lost to a really good BYU team by 6. The Iowa State loss was bad, and that dropped them to 2-4. But then they won 6 games in a row and had some very good wins. Blew out Texas Tech, beat TCU, beat West Virginia on the road, beat Houston on the road, blew out Kansas. And they lost to LSU in a bowl game. But if you watch that game, Baylor was competitive in that game. Like, that was a good game where they were just playing a far more talented football team. So I actually think that Dave Aranda gave himself a little bit of grace but if he could be on the hot seat. If they drop down to 4-8, 3-9 again, then sure, that changes things. But I think he got himself a little bit of grace where if Dave Doran goes 6-6, he's in trouble in my opinion. Whereas Dave Aranda, if he goes 6-6, it's kind of like, okay, next year you better win again, or you could be going into some issues. But that's one that I would look at and say, hey, he's a guy that somebody mentioned. I think Sharon Moore's hot seat is hotter than most think. You know what the thing with Sharon Moore is? I don't disagree with that, Andrew, but I don't think it's 25 that's the hot seat year. I think now, look, Trev, you and I both like to cook, right? Like, you put the pan on and you just turn it on, it starts to warm up. Like, that's where he is right now. You just put that pan on the oven, since, Eric earlier brought up, cooking and stuff, or Rob brought up cooking. It's not ready to cook yet, right? Like, you got to let that thing heat up a little bit. You put your oil on. You just turned the burner on this past year. You turned the burner on, and the resources that donors are putting into the program is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because, hey, I got the resources to go win. It's a curse because if I don't win, the patience will be much, much less for me to be able to go out and be successful if I can't win. So Andrew, I don't disagree with that. I think the beating Ohio State last year at the end of the year and then beating Alabama I think by the middle of the year last year, Trev, I think the burner was on, and it was starting to warm up a little bit. I think ending the season with a hard-fought loss on the road against Indiana, beating Ohio State, and then beating Alabama gave him a little bit of patience with a really good incoming freshman class. I think they'd have to tank for him to be out after year 2. If they win 7 or 8 games again, it's like, hey, guys, be patient. We lost a lot. He's brought in all these studs. They showed progress. He's already got a win over Ohio State, et cetera, et cetera. I think those last 2 wins bought him some time. But if they look bad this year, like 6-6, 5-7 or worse, then I think he'll go into 2026 absolutely on hot seat. And he's also in a situation, if he has like a 2-10 type of just absolute disaster of a season, then sure, he may get out a little bit quicker. But I don't know that that's where I see them. I mean, Jimmy Lake went 3-1 and then 4-5, and they fired him. They didn't fire Jimmy Lake because of his record. They fired Jimmy Lake because there was other things going on off the field with him and how he was treating people. I've never heard anything like that with Sharon Moore about him, not getting along with people or treating people poorly or anything like that. That's a different situation. I mean, Jimmy Lake went 7-6 as a head coach. He didn't get fired because of his record. He got fired because he wasn't a good leader, and that was probably a wise decision because it was going to get worse. I don't think Sharon Moore's there just yet, Trev.
I get that. I'm always willing to give a coach grace to a year removed from a national championship when you're the new coach, because the thing that's always going to be compared to is like, well, the team the year before you went undefeated and won a national championship. It's like, well, yeah, but you can't expect Sharon Moore to go in and do that, especially after losing what they lost, especially on offense.
19 guys get invited to the combine and lost almost the entire coaching staff.
Yeah. And you compound that with all of the off-the-field issues that Michigan's program in general is dealing with.
Yeah.
Also factors into, I'm willing to give Sharon Moore a little bit more time. I'm not saying he can go 7-5 this year and be like, we'll see what happens in 26.
Right.
but I'm also not in the it's hotter than what most people would think. I do think it's getting warmer because Michigan did just win a
like I
national
said,
championship.
the burner just got turned on,
Mhm.
and 25 is going to determine whether we crank that sucker up to high or
Yep.
whether it's we turn it down to a simmer.
Yep.
Trevor, I think the other thing too is you had mentioned. I'm trying to think of the coach that you had just mentioned before in your example, but the guy went 8-5 last year.
Mm.
That's terrible, but that it actually wasn't you mentioned it. I was thinking of it when you were talking, but they lost more from their program coaching and player wise than what LSU did after the 2019 season.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And LSU fell to 6-6. They still went 8-5. They still beat Ohio State in the eventual national champion. They still beat USC. They beat Alabama. They had some big wins last year that at least give you some hope that if they can get a competent core. And I think the other thing is a smart football person is going to look at that and say, if this dude can get a quarterback, they're going to be all right. Because if you put a quarterback on last year, just give them a good. If Steve Angeli was Michigan's quarterback last year, they're a 9-10 win team.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I'm not joking. They are a better football team, and now so that's why I'm a little bit more patient with Sherrone Moore, because he walked into a mess because of all the departures and the investigations and all that other kind of stuff. So I think it's, look, you win a national championship at a place that already had high hopes. You're 8-5 and it's not going to get it done. You have a worse season than that, and you start regressing with a 5-star stud quarterback, then people are going to be less patient with you. But as long as he matches 8 wins or more, I think he'll be fine, because they're recruiting very well right now. That's the thing, is this is the saving grace. If you're going to struggle, you better have something to point to say, hey, look, this is why you need to be a little patient, because look what we got coming in. And that's something that obviously Lincoln Riley has, and that's something that helped Billy Napier a little bit, having some of the young talent they have. But and that's something that's going to help Sherrone Moore. Look what we've recruited since I got here. We need patience to rebuild this thing. But he's also an example of why, if you're going to struggle, you better not be a prick. And from everything I've heard, I don't think that Sherrone Moore's not that. Some of these other coaches that we're talking about are that. And you better not be that if you're going to lose. Somebody brought up an interesting one, Trev, that I thought was I think it's my guy Jay Henry brought up Luke Fickell. And that's an interesting one, because Luke Fickell has gone 7-6 and 5-7 the last 2 years, and has had some bad losses and has made some very shaky, coaching hires. And last year was worse because not only did they lose last year, Trev, but they got whooped last year. Alabama beat them by 32, USC beat them by 17, Penn State beat them by 15, Iowa beat them by 32. Nebraska beat them by 19, and Minnesota beat them by 17 at home. Here's the crazy thing. The only close loss they had was to Oregon at home. They lost by 3. I got to agree with Jay. I think the seat is warming up a little bit on Luke Fickell.
Yeah.
That is not that is not the expectation at Wisconsin.
Yeah. Agreed. That's a good poll.
This one I like, Tyler. This is more in my wheelhouse. We start talking about, desperate coordinator hires. I do need to still look up, some of that this year. But I know there's some. So,
the only one that jumps out to me off the top of my head, and I don't even know if you call it desperate, was Matt Patricia's hire at Ohio State. But I don't know if you call that desperate. I just don't like the hire.
Yeah. Well, the reason I think you could maybe get away with calling it desperate is simply because I look at it and say they kind of lost out on some guys, and they were kind of running out of options there. So I could kind of look at that one. I'm trying to look up some of these, you got these lists of coaching hires and stuff, and see kind of what I think of some. I didn't love the Michigan hire of Chip Lindsey, but I don't think that's necessarily gonna be one that was like a bad move. I just I don't think it was like one that's going to necessarily move the needle a ton. I didn't like the job he did necessarily at North Carolina, but we'll see how that one goes.
It wasn't a desperate hire, but I don't love Louisville bringing back Ron English.
Yeah, because that wasn't. Yeah, that's a good one. Yep. I'm trying to type this up and do a search and see who some of the names are. But the only thing I can find so far is like best hires. Well, obviously those are gonna be a little bit different. But I thought.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one. I thought the Gus Malzahn hire by Mike Norvell was a little bit of a desperation hire. That's one that pops in my head. I look. You're trying to get a name, a guy that you've worked for in the past, a guy that you know well, a guy that's considered a good offensive mind. But I don't think Gus is the offensive whiz that he used to be. Because a lot of people are doing kind of some of the stuff he's done, and I don't think he's evolved his thinking enough to where he's got to do a better job of understanding, like, you don't have to throw the ball a ton, but you have to be able to throw the football.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Rich Rodriguez has understood at Jacksonville State is not that Jacksonville State threw the ball a lot. I mean, they didn't. They threw for 190 yards last year. But he built the pass game in a way to where he could hurt you if you overplayed stopping the run. And we saw that at times last year in some of their games where they had to throw the ball a little bit more effectively. And I don't think he's really developed the understanding of why that's an important thing to do. Yeah. And if that doesn't change, then I think he's gonna continue to struggle. And that's going to be my big concern with Rich Rod at West Virginia. Is I think he's shown growth in that regard at Jack State. But if he doesn't figure, like, look, we can't run the offense we did 15, 20 years ago the way that we did. I can't run the Woody Dancer offense right now. It's just the game's different. Teams are more prepared to handle that.
Sure.
And I think that was a little bit of a desperation hire, to be completely honest with that. That's one that pops in my head. Yeah. I don't know enough about Miami's defensive coordinator hire to know if that was a desperation hire. I think it was a bit of a panic move to fire the guy they did after, what was he, there a year, 2 years at the most, right? Lance Guidry. How long was Lance Guidry at Miami? He wasn't there very long.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me see here. So he was there, was it 2 seasons? And he was there, 2 seasons. And you bring this guy in and, 2 years and he's out. I thought that was a little bit of a panic move, but we'll see.
Super chat from Beezer12 Washing Beard. Any thoughts on the Nico situation? He wasn't at practice today. This is awful for the sport. Thank God Freeman doesn't just pay players to come here.
So I think we all need to take a step back and be curious about this situation before we jump off the cliff about it. Because number one, I hate the situation. Like, the situation sucks. It is terrible for the sport that we're in a situation where a player, for whatever reason, is sitting out of practice because of something. But what I'm saying is, what I saw on Twitter is immediately like, this is, Nico is this and he's bad and he's that. And my whole thing is, I'm annoyed by the kid renegotiating his contract because of where the sport is. Not so much him, but where the sport is. And I'm like, dude, you didn't even do anything last year and you want more money simply because the market's been reset. The market's been reset by people who've earned the right to reset the market. You have not earned the right to feel like you need to go back up top. Like, like if you get all these new coaches getting all this money, Kirby Smart has a right to walk into the office and say, hey, listen, I'm now the 9th highest paid coach in college football. I should be in the top 2 or 3. He has a right to do that. Why? Because he won 2 championships not that long ago, and his down stretch is going 24-4. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of still a pretty darn good football coach. Nico, it's like, dude, you were on a playoff team last year in which you got carried the entire. It's like Everett Golson, if he were to like have held out for a bigger deal after 2012. It's like, you weren't the reason that we won last year. You know what I mean? Like, you were driving the Roy bus last year. You were on the rest of y'all bus. Manti was driving the dudes bus up front. Like, if it's that and he sat out because it's a negotiation. Hey, I'll sit out. I won't play if you don't pay me more. Then I dislike that. I think I question the kid's character. I question the kid's motivations. I question whether or not you can win a kid like that. However, did you see the tweet his dad put out today? The dad put out a tweet. He's pissed that got out. He's pissed that basically they didn't talk to them necessarily about the thing because, yes, the family asked for more money. And honestly, I don't have a problem with them asking for more money. What's the worst they can say? No, right? I mean, why not ask for more money? They're pissed because it got leaked out by Tennessee. And if he's sitting out because, like, look, we came to you in good faith. We didn't threaten anything. We came to you in good faith. We just want to negotiate a better deal for our son. And you leaked it out to make him look bad. F you. He's not practicing. And, now you can hold the transfer portal thing over your head. Now you better pay me or I'm out. Like, if that's what happened, then Tennessee misplayed this one horribly. And they're at fault. Because, like, if you came to me and you're like, hey, Brian, I want a raise. And I'm like, all right, cool, let's talk about it. And then all of a sudden I'm like putting it out there. Like Trevor Trowbridge came up to me today and asked for a raise. And, but I'm already paying him X amount of dollars. I'm already doing this for him. And I give him this and I give him that. You'd be like, dude, what the heck, man? Like, I came to you in good faith. We had a conversation and we, as adults, we come to some decisions. You're going to put me on blast like that to try to make me look bad? No, man, I don't think you'd like that very much. And if that's what happened with Nico, then I get sitting out because this is the only leverage players have is to sit out. It's like I've been told about players in college basketball that have sat out with quote unquote injuries, but in reality, they're sitting out because they were not paid the money that they were promised. And people say, well, that's a punk move. Like, I understand that. But if you were promised something and they're not paying you, the only leverage you have as a player right now in this current despicable, gross system is to just threaten not to play. It's the only leverage you have. And so if that's what happened, then I'm okay with Nico doing what he did because you guys broke the trust. You guys broke the confidentiality of us having this conversation. You put my son on blast to try to make him look bad, to try to punk him into not asking for the money he's asking for. Then I'd say, okay, you mess with the wrong family because he'll just jump in a portal because I know he'll get the money he's asking for on the open market. Does he deserve it? No. He's not a top quarterback. Will he get it by some desperate program who needs a quarterback? Absolutely. But last year, if this version of Nico would have jumped in the portal, well, let's say this. Let's say Michigan's going into this offseason with the same exact quarterback situation they had last year. Do you think there's a dollar amount that they would blink at to get Nico to come be their quarterback?
Fair.
If he jumped in the portal, you see, not that he deserves it based on his play, but it's not about just that. It's about the need because you're worth whatever someone's willing to pay you. You
Sure.
can think you're worth $500,000 a year, but if no one's going to pay you that, then you're not worth that. So like, I think Irish Breakdowns, you pay me $1 billion, I'll sell Irish Breakdown. You pay me $100 million, I'll sell Irish Breakdown. I'm going to go start something else, but I'll sell. No one's going to pay me that. You know what I mean? What if somebody was willing to offer me a more market fair value? I have no interest in selling because I don't want to sell Irish Breakdown. I'd only sell it if you made me such an offer that I'd be a moron to turn it down. This is probably a terrible example to use. But I'm getting to the point is I may think $1 billion is what I'd sell it for, but guess what? No one's going to pay me $1 billion to sell Irish Breakdown. And that's the same thing here is if someone's willing to pay you for it, then that's what you're worth. And so I need to know I need to know why Nico's sitting out first before I just jump into the whole, he's a bad kid, he's a punk, he's this. I don't like the fact he's asking for money, but if I was in his shoes, I'd be doing the same exact thing. As his dad, I'd be like, hey, look, let's see what if they'll pay you more. Why not? If they say no, then how you respond to that's going to determine your character. I mean, you did agree to a deal for $8 million through your first 3 years. Honor that deal. You haven't played at a level that makes me think you've outperformed your current deal. Then, but why not ask for it? But if they threw him under the bus by putting this out there, then I'm okay with it. So I don't know the answer to that. I need to know the answer to that of why he's sitting out before I'm going to quote unquote pick a side on this one.
Yeah, this situation's tough, and it's one that, you never wanted to come to fruition, but in the day and age of what college football is now, it was inevitably going to. But with that being said, I need more information to pick a side. I'll say this. if Tennessee committed to him and said, hey, every year we'll pay you more in NIL, because I mean, this was a kid that was getting millions of dollars in NIL offers coming out of high school. And if that was a promise that Tennessee made to get him to commit, then they're in the wrong. The one thing that I will say is in the scenario that you played out, Brian, like if, I came to you, asked you for a raise and, you went and put it on blast. And this is subjective person to person, I don't think that my answer would be to not work. That's the difference, because if the reason why you were not giving me a raise and the reason why Tennessee is not paying Nico more nil was because you're just not ready, I don't think I would then do something to make myself even more not ready, if that makes sense. Like that's where I see Nico being in the wrong.
But if you felt that by getting out of the contract with me, someone else is going to pay you what you were asking for, and I did that to you, you wouldn't then use that as a reason to get out of the contract to go over here to someone who would respect you more and pay you what you think that you're worth, because they're like, look, Brian, I got offered this amount of money from this other company. I'm not paying you that. And I'm going to kind of, put you on blast and kind of show you up, and like, okay, well now that's my resale. Okay. I know they'll pay me money. And that's the whole thing is I don't like the fact that Nico's not honoring his contract. You signed a deal that's going to pay you, I think it's $8 million through your junior year. That's where you're in. You're still under the contract. I'm okay. If you want to ask for more and they say no, then go about your business, go prove them wrong. And that's kind of where I'm in, because you did sign a contract for this amount of dollars. But at the same time, if Tennessee breaks that trust, because I'm a big believer, Trev, when it comes to relationships and whether it's especially coach-player relationships and player school, if I can't trust you, then I don't know what we have to do anymore.
Sure.
Like if I promise you certain things and then I don't do it, there's going to be a trust. Forget the fact of it's, you're not getting what we talked about. There's a trust thing there. And then when I ask you to go above and beyond, Trev, I need you to give me this. I need you to give me that. I need you to work harder. Don't worry. I'll pay you. I'll reward you for it down the road. You're like, yeah, you told me that before and you didn't. Then there's going to be a lack of trust that I'm actually going to live up to my end of the deal. And that's where I'm coming from is sure. If Tennessee did this, and I don't know that Tennessee did, this could all be a ploy by Nico and his people. That's what I'm saying. I need to find that out first. But if you sit there and say, hey, listen, you did this, then I'm going to go there. And I don't view this as a two wrongs make two wrong. If Tennessee did that with Nico, then he is not in the wrong. He's not. There's nothing wrong with someone asking for more money. And if they say no, okay, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to put in the work and I'm going to prove to you that next year you're going to have to pay me next year because the contract's up, and I'm going to go make me some big money because I'm going to show you by how I prepare and how I work. That's how he should respond to it. So if he responds to it by Tennessee saying, no, we're not going to pay you that, and then he starts acting like a punk, and then Tennessee's like, all right, cool, well, we got to protect ourselves, and they do this, then Tennessee's not in the wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this is a situation of two wrongs. I think somebody was in the wrong here. And the only way this is two wrongs is if, if Nico was threatening Tennessee of certain things and they put it out there to protect themselves, that's a little bit of a different situation. Because that's all they have to protect themselves is to get the story out first before the kid does. Because let's be honest, in this world of social media where people don't want to take the times to read an article, they try to learn everything they can from 280 character tweet. You've got to get the story out first, because a lot of people will read what they hear first.
Yeah.
And then it's up to you. It's like I saw something the other day, it was a political tweet, but some guy said, made this statement of like, about like something being true. And they're like, well, no, this person made that accusation, blah, blah. He goes, no. I don't have to defend myself against the accusation. They have to prove their accusation is correct. I can't walk around every day just spending all my time disproving things that never happened. I can't prove negatives. How do I prove that I didn't do something? Because there's no record of me not doing that. You have to prove to me that I did it. You have to prove to people that I did it. Because if you can't prove to people I did it, that's how I've proven that I didn't do it.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how I look at it. So I look at it like this, Trev. I don't think there's necessarily two wrongs in this situation. I just need to figure out who was wrong.
Fair.
Once I find out who was wrong, then I'll have a strong reaction to it. But the big picture thing is, I think this is just why I hate this whole thing.
Mm.
That this is even a possibility of happening is just another example of why this whole thing sucks. And yeah, because it's not about what Nico's touchdown pass over. It's what your market value is. And if you don't think he's worth more than $2.5 million, and some other school has told him, dude, we'll give you $5 million. That's the system we're in. I don't like it, but that's the system we're in.
Yep.
Kid's going to say, I can double the millions of dollars you're going to pay me next year. That's a lot. That's hard for me to say. I don't think you should do that if that's the system allows you to do that.
Yeah.
I just think it sucks that the system can allow you to do that.
Agreed.
And that's the thing that bothers me.
Agreed. This is just fuel for as to why I don't think that high school players should be offered millions of dollars, because you don't know how somebody's going to be when they get to the college level. I'm not saying that what we saw from Nico in 2024 is just how he's going to be when he's a senior.
Right.
But that's why you don't pay somebody until they're a proven commodity. I've always been a big believer of that in football or anything else. And so that's, yeah. Yep, I'm with you.
Good question there. I knew that was going to come up, and I'm glad it did.
ND Milton fan, which Notre Dame quarterback in the last 15 years was the smartest or best decision maker, also for college football at large? Thank you for the super chat, ND Milton fan.
I mean, college football at large, I couldn't possibly tell you who the smartest was at college football at large. I haven't studied every single quarterback, so I don't have an answer for that. The smartest quarterback for Notre Dame in the last 15 years is Tommy Rees. He's not the best decision maker, but he was the smartest. Tommy actually wrote a lot of, my buddy likes to say he wrote a lot of checks his body couldn't cash. That's why Tommy turned the ball over a little bit. But he was always a really smart quarterback. Best decision maker, probably Jack Cohn. Yeah, probably Jack Cohn. But smartest, Tommy Rees is wicked smart. Always was. He just also that kind of prickly mentality that some people don't like about him is partly why he was a quarterback at Notre Dame. Because if he didn't believe in himself that way, he wouldn't have played at Notre Dame. He'd have gone to like Northwestern or Vanderbilt or something.
Facts.
But it's also why he was a little turnover prone at times, because he thought he was maybe a little better than he was. And that's what I think has allowed him to go up the coaching ranks as quickly as it has, because he has that confidence. And now his mind is all that he needs. He doesn't need to be able to throw a football a certain way. It doesn't matter. But he was the smartest. He wasn't the best decision maker. I'd probably say Jack Cohn was probably the best decision maker. I hope that answer changes in 2025 and we have whoever the starting quarterback is this year becomes the best decision maker.
Yep.
But yeah.
I'm with you. Super chat from Drew Rainey. Thank you, Drew. Talk to me about Tank King. Is he a potential game changer?
Game changer. I view that as kind of like a Jalen Sneed. A Jalen Smith. Maybe what Kingston could eventually be. Like, that's a big time top 50 caliber player. Drake Bowen could potentially be that guy. I think Tank is a top 100 to 150 guy. I like Tank a lot. I want Tank in this class, but he's not quite there yet to be that. I need to see just a little bit more explosiveness from him, and as a senior, for me to say he's that kind of player. But I don't think that means he's not a must get. I don't say must get, but a guy that I wouldn't love to have in the class. I'd love to have Tank King in this class. I think he's got a lot of upside. I think he's more raw. He's not as big as someone like Kingston and Madden and Drake were at the same age. He's 6'2", 205, 210 maybe. So he just needs a lot more work, but I love the athleticism. I love the power. He packs a punch. I love the instincts. I just need to see him get a little bit more explosiveness, a little bit stronger, and obviously continue to fill out his body before I start talking about him being a game changer. But if Notre Dame were to land Tank King, that'd be a really good pickup. Really good pickup. I'd be very happy with that. So yeah, that's where I'm at on Tank. So it's a good one.
Deal.
Good question. Let me see. I saw a super chat in there somewhere. That was the Beezer's Nico one. So we can go back up to the top, and there we go.
Aiden Benami, over under 2.5 players with dads in the NFL in the 2026 class.
So they've already got one. Right? That's the only, like Thomas Davis Jr. is the only one. Jason Smith's not. Rodney Dunham is not. Ebenezer's not. None of the offensive linemen were. Faison's not. Noah Grubbs is not. The only other NFL dad that I'm off the top of my head that I'm aware of would be Caden Finley.
Yep.
Is there any other offense, anybody else on the board whose dad played in the NFL? Because they're not. I think I'm going to go look at that. No running backs were. I don't know of any of the other receivers. Help me out with some of the prospects whose dads were in the NFL in this 26 class.
I'm scrolling through and looking right now.
I don't think any of the offensive linemen had dads in the NFL. Tiki Hola, Kerry Wilder, Dre Quinn. I don't believe. Let's see. Savion Griffin Haynes, Jacoby Clapper. Yeah, I can't think of anybody else whose dad was an NFL player. So I'd go under than Caden Finley. Richie Flanagan's in the 27 class, so Richie Flanagan's not in that class. He's in next year's class. So, because somebody had said Flanagan, I can't think of anybody else that I would look at. So I'll go under because Caden Finley's the only other one that off the top of my head that I can think of whose dad played in the NFL.
I'll take the under as well. Super chat from John A1. Thank you, John. Now that Cole Mullins is playing defensive end, he's gone from middle linebacker in high school to defensive tackle and then to defensive end. Did Notre Dame waste a year of development, and does it affect his original floor? Were other players in similar spots?
Yes and yes. Did they waste a year of development, and did it affect his floor? I think it affected his floor and his ceiling. I've never felt Cole Mullins had the body to be a D tackle. He definitely didn't have the body to be a D tackle in year one. And I don't think it's necessarily completely not a reason why he got hurt. You put a lot of weight on a dude that quickly who's already coming off of a knee injury that he suffered as a senior in high school. That's not a good idea. So no, I don't think. I think that was a mistake. I do. I think you should have let that growth happen more organically. He wasn't going to play last year. Yep. So why did you need to force him into D tackle, in my opinion? I thought that was a mistake, yes. Were other players in similar spots? I still think Brendan Vernon should have stayed as a big end in the system that they had, but his situation is a little bit more understandable than Cole Mullins. That'd be it. That'd be my answer.
I'm with you. I want it to be more organic as well, like a Riley Mills situation. Like if you just have a big frame and you're a big kid and then you outgrow the position, but I would never want to force that on a kid.
Yeah.
So I'm with you.
Yeah.
Coach Bent 574 with a two-parter. Follow-up from last week. Because of their blocking ability, Kyron and Pass Pro and J Love on QB runs, which was the closest to being the most complete running back in football while they were at Notre Dame? Second part, I didn't watch enough of other teams to be unbiased and say Jeremiah Love was or wasn't last year.
Yeah, I don't think he was last year. He wasn't used on third down very much, and other backs were used more on third down. But and again, he wasn't using pass blocking as much as some other guys were. But why he has a chance? He has the skill set to be that. I think Kyron was a very complete back, but I don't believe his skill set was such that you could have said he was the best complete back in the country, because he was a good football player. He was never the kind of dominant football player that Jeremiah Love was. And again, I've pointed this out. People want to talk about his 4.9 yards per carry in 2021 was not his fault because he played on a bad line. I agree. But he was only like 5'3" in 2020 when he played behind one of the best offensive lines in college football. And so he was never that back where he was going to be a star, a 6.9 yards per carry guy, or even a 6.4 like Audric Estime. I think Kyron is a heck of a player, but part of the reason Kyron is so beloved, in my opinion, is partly because he was an underdog. He's a 3-star kid, ranked low coming out of high school. I had him ranked really low coming out of high school. Just proved himself. Tremendous worker, great effort, just do anything you ask him to do. Scrappy player, great personality. And the fact that he was overlooked, I think kind of there's a lot of blue collar nature to Notre Dame fan base, which I love. It's one of the reasons I view myself as a Notre Dame fan. And I think they just like the underdog story. It's like the Rudy, the guy that, that they didn't expect a lot of. And that's why guys like Jimmy Clausen, constantly get hammered because the expectations were so high and he was a California guy. And, he was never going to be able to make some people happy. And that's where I think Kyren, who is very good, gets. I've seen people talk about Kyren's the best running back they had in 20 years. I'm like, he wasn't even the best running back they had in the last 5. I don't even put him in the top 2. That's Audric and Jeremiah Love are better than him. That doesn't take anything away from Kyren. It's just he was an outstanding player as well. It's just he wasn't that type of. Tony Jones averaged 0.6 yards more per carry in 2019 than Kyren did in 2020. But Kyren could do everything. He could block. He could tackle. He could tackle. Probably could tackle.
Probably could. Yeah.
He could block. He could catch. He could run. He could hit big plays. Kyren wasn't a burner, but he was fast enough to where, as he proved against North Carolina, if he gets a step on you, you're probably not going to catch him.
Yeah.
And he wasn't so dominant that you just put him in the category of best in the country. And, even just the aspect of being complete. So I think Jeremiah Love has a chance to do that. I think Jeremiah Love is more explosive. He's more of a dynamic weapon in the pass game if you use him that way. Kyren was used much more in the pass game. So Kyren was a more effective pass catcher than Jeremiah was because he was used more in it.
Yeah.
But I think Jeremiah has the skill set that if he has a complete game, he'll be considered the best in the country. And that's really what it comes down to for me, is whereas Kyren was he was going to be a very complete back, but he wasn't going to be the most complete back in the country.
I'll say this. I think some of it, too, goes to the makeup of the roster. Kyren Williams had to be an all-around back because, you're going to ask 5'9" true freshman Chris Tyree to come in and pass pro for you on third down? You know what I mean? Whereas Jeremiah Love, he doesn't have to. I think he absolutely has the ability to. Let's say you go put Jeremiah Love on the 2020 roster. I think the conversation would look a little different. Not to take away from what Kyren did, but Jeremiah Love would have had to have been good in pass pro. Mm-hmm. He would have had to have been a more effective part of the pass game. Now they're in a spot where it's like, all right, well, we'll just put in Aeneas.
Yeah, that's what made him so good, is because he could do all those things, right? Mm-hmm. But it also, great point. And I also think that's partly sometimes maybe why Kyren wasn't as good in November. As maybe you would have liked to have been in a couple games, because I think he was worn down because you had to ask him to do so much in that little frame. Because you had a change of pace burner. That's what you had. That's all you had in 2020 was Chris Tyree to come in and hit some home runs. You didn't have someone that you could put in a Jabron Payne, a Aeneas Williams, a Kedron Young type of guy that could have taken some of that burden off of Kyren. Maybe if Kyren didn't have to carry the ball as much as he did, maybe he would have been a more higher yards per carry guy. It's a good point, Trev. It's a good point. Yeah. Let's see. We got down here to get some people we haven't got to yet. I am Tenzin.
The only thing better than a regular pepperoni pizza is the reintroduced Little Caesars pretzel crust pizza.
I love the idea of a pretzel crust pizza because I love pretzels and I love pretzel buns, but I will never know the answer to this question because I will never eat a Little Caesars pizza. So I can't really speak to that. I would say this. I buy the idea of the only thing better than a regular pepperoni pizza would be a pretzel crust pizza. I could live with that in theory, but not Little Caesars. Just can't do it. Just can't do it.
I'm a stuffed crust guy. I think I don't even have to try the Little Caesars pretzel crust pizza to know that it won't be as good as a stuffed crust pizza. Mm-hmm. Personal opinion.
Yeah. Actually, hold on a second. He had a follow-up to that I want to get to.
Yeah. In a similar manner, is Auntie Anne's the best pretzel chain restaurant?
I don't know what other chains are, to be honest with you.
There's the only other one that I know of is Ben's Soft Pretzels.
I like those more than Auntie Anne's.
Ooh.
Because we get Ben's from around. Angela gets me Ben's from here. I didn't know that was a chain. She get that at the mall. I just thought it might have been just that. Yeah, if that's a chain, then yes, I'll go with those. There used to be this place in Lima when I was a kid, or actually even in my adult life. The Lima Mall used to have this place, and I can't remember what the name of it was, but they would sell pretzel sticks. And every time my dad and I would drive into Lima to visit family, we'd go to the mall together and we'd get these pretzel sticks, and they had like this really good cheese dipping sauce. I mean, they the same stuff as and I mean pretzel sticks. I mean, they were not like hard pretzel sticks. I mean like soft pretzel, but in a stick, like a stick form, like a mozzarella stick type of form, as opposed to, in the pretzel shape. So not like a pretzel rod, but like a soft pretzel stick, and then you dip it in. It was so good, dude, so good. But they went out of business, and I like years ago. And so I remember the first time we went back home and drove to the mall, and it wasn't there. We were so bummed out. We were so disappointed because it was a cool father-son thing too, but it was just really good food. And but yeah, but obviously that place isn't around anymore. But yeah, I like Ben's. I'd never heard of Ben's till I moved here. But yeah, actually, I think the first Ben's I might have had was actually at a South Bend Cubs game.
Hey,
it was really good. I was like, okay, this is a legit pretzel, man. Because I'm a big soft pretzel guy. I love soft pretzels.
Me too. I now know what I'm getting from the concession stand tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
We're good to go. I'm going to set aside $45 for 2 soft pretzels. That's a conversation for a different day.
Yep, no doubt.
Question from Bobby S. If Patrick and Goodwin wanted to commit today, would you take one, both, or neither? And which one would you choose? How would you rate the 4 offensive linemen on the board? Agboko, Patrick, Goodwin, and the new Pennsylvania kid.
I think you also need to put Claude and Puma on that board as well, because he's another kid they're recruiting. Would I take Patrick and Goodwin? No, I would not. If I could only take one of those two, and I would only take one of ththose two, I'd take Gregory Patrick. So I got to say something here, because I need to make sure that this is made very clear. Because a buddy of mine asked me about it. He goes, obviously because he knows I'm. So here's what's going on. So Notre Dame is telling Gregory Patrick that he's going to be the last offensive lineman they take if he commits to Notre Dame. I think that's a giant mistake. And it has nothing to do with Gregory Patrick as a talent. I like Gregory Patrick a lot. If he wants to commit to Notre Dame, you take him in a heartbeat. My issue is with stopping at him and not taking a pure tackle in the class. You cannot bring in a 4-man class where none of those guys, their ideal position is tackle. Could Gregory Patrick play tackle? Yes, probably. I think Sullivan Garvin, with some body reshaping, could maybe play tackle. In a power run system, Tyler Merrill could maybe play right tackle. Ben Nichols could maybe play right tackle. But none of them are ideally tackles. And I don't mean ideally like a Charles Jagasol where he's really good at tackle, but he's like special at guard. No, I mean like you just prefer not to have them playing tackle. You can't have a 4-man class. And Notre Dame was originally recruiting Gregory Patrick to play inside. And then because Joe Rudolph likes him so much, he kind of convinced himself that he could play tackle. So he could then say, we have a tackle. I think that's a big mistake. Take Gregory Patrick. He's a dude. I love his film. But he's a center guard prospect. He plays tackle in high school, but he's not a tackle. So if you get Gregory Patrick, I am then still trying to get a tackle. But if I get Gregory Patrick, Evan Goodwin is probably not a take for me anymore, or at least he's at the bottom of the board, because when you've got a Kenny Boko, who I don't think they're going to get, I think right now, I think he likes Notre Dame, but I think going to Georgia to play with his brothers, I still feel like the most likely scenario for him. They're continuing to battle, and Joe Rudolph's doing a really good job of that recruitment. Obviously, the McKeo kid from Pennsylvania, I would take in a heartbeat. I love that kid's game. And he's kind of like a combination of Joe Alt and Mike McGlinchey. He's got a frame that's more similar to Mike McGlinchey. He's athletic, a lot like Joe Alt. Very talented kid. And then, of course, you have Claude and Puma, who I would take. I mean, I would take any of those 3 that wanted to come as my 5th offensive lineman. You give me Gregory Patrick in one of a Kenny Boko, the Grayson McCo kid. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. I should know that. I'm freaking Irish. He's Irish. I should know that. But or you want to give me one or Claude and Puma. That's an elite offensive line class. There's some rawness with some of the players, but you can afford to take raw, high upside kids in this class, Trev, because you just signed Will Black. You've got Gerby Lambert. You've got Simon Absher. You've got enough on the board. You got Matty Augustine last year, Owen Strebig. You've got Peter Jones. You've got Styles Prescott. You got Cam Herron. You've got Anthony Knapp. You can afford to take a high upside tackle in this class that maybe needs some time to develop, or maybe might be a bit of a boomer bust guy. So you give me Tyler Merrill, Ben Nichols, Sullivan Garvin. Gregory Patrick, and one of those three linemen I talked about, I'll put that O-line class up against anybody. But you take that fifth guy away and you just go with those four. I love the talent. The talent's really good. But what do I always say, Trev? If you have talent, but that talent can't play together, then it doesn't mean a whole lot. Hey, you got a great 5-man defensive line class. Yeah, they're all nose tackles.
Yeah.
So, like, what does it really do for you? You signed 5 great running backs in one class. Okay, but you can only play 2 at a time. So it doesn't really fit. You've got to make sure they can fit together, and I think you need a tackle in this class. So I would love the talent of that 4-man group. I just would ding it from a standpoint of, is this really the thing that's going to be the best roster building move? But you give me those 4, Gregory Patrick, who is a really good football player, and one of those tackles. And I mean, dude, Joe Rudolph is rolling on the recruiting trail. So I just hope that they decide to take that 5th guy. If they do that, then I love where offensive line recruiting is right now. If Sullivan Garvin is your lowest rated offensive lineman in a 5-man class, you have a freaking good offensive line class. Think about that. A 6'6", 300-pound mauler. Like, if that's your 5th guy, then you say whatever you want about Joe Rudolph as a coach, or that guy can freaking recruit if he does that. Because this is now 3 years in a row, he's nailed it. So I'll give him that. I just hope he doesn't stop at 4. But I'm a little nervous about it because they're apparently telling Gregory Patrick that they're going to stop at 4. I'm being told something different. I don't know which one is going to be true. But if what I'm being told turns out to be accurate, and they get Grayson next week, and then also get, not next week, but like after he visits next week, and then they also get Gregory Patrick, it's like, what was it, Limp Bizkit? Rolling. I mean, that's what Notre Dame offensive line recruiting is doing right there. And then if Al Washington keeps doing what he's doing, who's recruiting the trenches better than Notre Dame right now if they can both close that way? And that's what gets me fired up. It's like I can look at it from a negative of like, man, I hope he doesn't do that. But if you take aside that critique, if they actually do take the extra one, man, they're adding talent, dude. Yeah, they're adding some talent, and it gets me fired up. I just hope they make the right decision and take that 5th guy as a pure tackle. But I'm not turning down Gregory Patrick. I mean, I don't know if you've seen his film, Trev. That kid can play. He's a really good football player, but he's 6'4", 285 pounds, and he doesn't have Anthony Knapp's length. I just don't think he's a tackle. He could be a solid tackle, but why would you put him out there to be a solid tackle when he could be a really good center or guard? I just don't understand that.
Sure.
Like, why you would do that. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, and to your point about diversifying the roster, it's easier for tackles to move in and be guards opposed to the vice versa. And so I'm with you with that one for sure.
Yep. I start thinking about it. If they do get Patrick and one of those tackles that I mentioned, holy moly. And watching Javion Osborne and Nolan James and Kedron Young and Aeneas running behind those cats. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Whew. That'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun. Good question, Bobby.
Question from Endy. It just means more. Who is the better prospect, Everett Golson or Kenny Minchie? Jimmy Clausen or CJ Carr, Angeli or Book, and who would be the best fit in 2020?
2020. Okay, so let's take them one at a time. Golson or Minchie? It's Golson. And for a college coach, Golson had one of the best arms I've ever seen. I mean, he had a phenomenal arm.
Oh,
Kenny's and he was also a very dynamic athlete. Kenny has obviously got the better body and the better frame, and I think Kenny's probably a little bit more of he's got more of the football character and processing ability that you want that Everett didn't always have. But I still say overall Everett's the better prospect in my opinion. But it's close. It's definitely close. Clausen or Carr, Jimmy's was the better prospect. I still think CJ has the higher ceiling. The reason but Jimmy was going to come in right away and be a dude and he had to learn the college game, but like physically he was pretty ready. Jimmy was also 19 or actually 20. I think he turned 20 at one point in time in his freshman year in college. He was like a year ahead. And CJ has more room to get stronger, and CJ's a better athlete. And, and CJ's got to be a little bit more aggressive throwing the ball downfield. That's the thing I loved about Jimmy. Jimmy didn't have a bazooka, but Jimmy was the most confident thrower I've ever seen. I mean, he'll throw the ball deep. He'll do it. He'll put it back shoulder up. I was watching I put some Jimmy Clausen highlights up on the board the other day, and just going back and watching that throw he made against USC, where he fit that ball in between Taylor Mays and another USC corner to Golden Tate. It's just like, it's still one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. That was such stupid as in good. Like, it was just an insanely good throw, and he made those like it was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was not ever an athletic quarterback, and then when he had the bad toe injury at Notre Dame, that made him immobile to a degree. But just coming out of high school, Jimmy was the better prospect. I think CJ has the higher ceiling. Angeli or Book, I think it's Book. I think the problem is Angeli and Book have the same weakness, processing. But Ian's arm was a little bit more live, and Ian was a much better runner. It's not by a lot, but they're similar in a lot of ways. But I'd give Book slightly the edge over Steve. Who would be the best fit in 2020? I mean, it's hard for me to not go with Jimmy with that offensive line. I'd probably go with Jimmy. Everett would probably be my number 2. That'd probably be where I would go.
I like that.
Part of the reason I go there instead of Minchie or Carr is I still haven't seen Minchie or Carr play in college. So it's hard for me to disassociate myself from the plays that I've seen Jimmy and Everett make in college, and the things that they've done. But my answer at quarterback, if you're ever going to ask me who would I want at quarterback, if Brady Quinn's not part of the conversation, it's almost always going to be Jimmy Clausen. Unless you say, who would you want on the 24 team? I would not want Jimmy Clausen on the 24 team.
No.
With that pass pro issues, no. I think Riley Leonard, Everett Golson, Malik Zaire would be the guys I would go with on that one. Brady Quinn, maybe because he could bounce off some things. But again, I've said before, I think Notre Dame had the perfect quarterback for that team in 2024. Other years, it's hard for me not to think about how it would look if they had Jimmy or Everett on that team. Now, I'm hoping that Kenny or CJ, whoever wins that job, makes us kind of say, no, they got the perfect guy for the job. I'm go with who they have now. And they both have the talent to do so. It's just right now, since they haven't done it, it's hard for me to not watch Jimmy Clausen's film in 2009 and start thinking about, gee, what could have been for Notre Dame if he was – I've said, what if he was on the 2010 team? I promise you they didn't go 8-5. Promise you don't go 8-5.
I always think about what if Everett was eligible to play in 2013, what that could have done for his development. I think about that
team.
Yeah, man. I think about that all the time. All the time.
Man, oh man. Yep. Good. You guys are on great questions today.
Yeah.
Here's another one from it just means more that I think is a good one.
Aeneas Williams, Terrion Folston, Jabron Payne, Logan Diggs, and Sierra Wood choose 2 backs to run behind the 2015 O-line, and what would that stat line be?
Okay, I'm definitely going with Torian as one of my 2. If these are my options, because Torian was going to be nasty that year if he doesn't get hurt. Mm-hmm. Go look at his first 3 carries. He was going to do some things that year. I think he had 3 carries for 20 yards, and then he got hurt.
Yeah.
Which just still to this day, I'm like, man, if you'd have had him and CJ healthy all year. Because the other thing too is when he got hurt, 3 for 19. When he got hurt, that forced CJ into a bulk carrier role, and CJ wore down. If you could have, because he'd never played running back before. I mean, just his body was built to play running back, but it wasn't built up to play running back, and there's a difference. And if Torian would have played, and then CJ could have maybe had more of that change of pace, home run back type of role, that would have been a special 1-2 punch. But Torian still would have been, at least early, the guy that got more of the bulk, and then CJ still would have been the home run hitter. And boy, that'd have been fun to watch that group. So I got to go with Torian. Of that group, I got to go with Torian. And then my number 2, boy, I'm torn between Logan Diggs and Aeneas Williams. I'd probably lean towards Aeneas, because my issue with Logan is Logan had some durability issues at Notre Dame and in college where he'd get a little banged up. He's got the skill set that I think best complements Torian, that bigger back type of way. You could also maybe go with Sierra Wood because he's a slasher, but I have character issues with Sierra Wood that I wouldn't want him part of what I'm trying to do. That's why I probably lean towards Aeneas as my number 2, because he can give me some of that slasher, and and I could do some 2-back stuff with him and Torian, because we could do what we talked about Notre Dame last year, and put him out, catch the ball, things like that. So I'd probably go with Aeneas of this group. Would be my pick, and I'd have Torian as my number 1. Torian Folsom is one of the most underrated Notre Dame running backs in the last 20 years. He does not get the appreciation he deserves for how good he was running behind some not very good offensive lines. That's what sucked so bad about that 2015 season, because he was about to run behind a really good offensive line. Like I pointed this out, like 2014, Notre Dame's offensive line run blocking was not good, but I've pointed out a couple games where he was so important to Notre Dame. And one of them was the Louisville game, where if he doesn't play in that game, they get smacked. He was one of only 3 running backs to go for 100 yards over Louisville that year. The other 2, Dalvin Cook and Duke Johnson, a couple first-round picks.
Yeah, it's pretty decent company.
Yeah, I mean, he was so good against Florida State that year, and even his numbers weren't sexy against Florida State. He went for, I think it was like 72 yards on 20 carries, but he did a lot of that dirty work, which them hammering and collapsing on Torian is why Malik was able to get out of the pocket, and why CJ was able to get outside on that jet sweep. And who was the lead blocker that cut the edge for that on that? It was Torian. He was so underrated. So underrated. Yeah, that's where that would be of that group, that's where I would go with that one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd go. I really like Torian Folsom too. I wish he didn't get hurt in 2015, because we actually would have been able to see him run behind the 2015 offensive line. Yeah. But I go Torian Folsom, and then I was in between Aeneas Williams and Logan Diggs too, a lot for their pass catching ability between the running backs listed there. I would go Aeneas, just because I don't recall them ever when he was there. He was young, but mind you, so was Aeneas. I don't ever remember them splitting out Logan Diggs, flexing him out. And they
didn't split him out a lot. They would throw to him out of the backfield.
Yep.
You know, like he had that wheel route for a touchdown against North Carolina. Like he was more of a running back out of the backfield guy, not like Aeneas. You can split out, to your point. So you are correct that wasn't really he was more of a running back pass catcher, Aeneas is kind of a guy that you can almost insert. Like you could do with Aeneas what they did with Theo Riddick back in 2010 and 11 if you needed to. Now, I'm not saying I want him to do that, but if you had that need like they did in 2010 and 11, where they didn't really have a slot receiver for Kelly's spread offense, then you could move Theo out there and he can handle the job. Aeneas could do that in a similar fashion.
Yeah.
Logan, to your point, Trev, is a running back that can catch running back routes effectively, angles, swings, screens, wheels. You're not going to line him up in the slot and say, go at it.
Yep. DMND13, if you were the offensive coordinator, would you run any 30 personnel this year? And if so, what are a couple of plays and concepts you'd run out of it?
No, probably not. Yeah, probably not. I mean, look, so I want to answer the question. Probably not, but if I did, here's some concepts I would run, because I do think the unique nature of their backfield would actually give me some intriguing 30 personnel options, Trev, because 30 personnel is 3 backs, no tight ends, 2 receivers. I could do some things where I could put Aeneas in the slot, like we were just talking about, put him outside. I could do some things where I put Jeremiah outside or in the slot and have a legitimate receiver type of weapon. And then I could also do some things where that guy goes and I would do jet motions with that guy. Because if you're just going to put that guy in the slot and just have him be a receiver, then put a receiver in the game. Put Jake Greathouse in the game. But if you're going to put that guy there, do some screens to him, do some jets to him, maybe some reverses to him, and then you're taking advantage of having a third back. Otherwise, why have a third back in the game? And then you could do some things where you could run with that guy. You could also do some things where you run like think of like the unique skill set. The perfect scenario would be is I've got Keydron Young on one side, I've got Jadarian Price or Aeneas on the other side, Jabron Payne or Nolan James, but any of those other backs. But I'd want Keydron in there, and then I'd want Jeremiah in the slot. And then what I could do is I could do some things where Jeremiah smokes with some jets and different things like that, and then I'm running inside, or where I run inside and I'm giving Jeremiah on a reverse, or type of look where they're crashing the run. I could do some things where, I use Jeremiah as a decoy to get them running left, right. I'm running right at them. I can do some things where I could run Jeremiah on a jet, and I've got Kedron to his side to lead me outside as a blocker. With Aeneas and Jadarian, I think they give you enough where they could kind of run some split flow zone stuff to protect the backside, so I can run the ball to Kedron as well. And then I can also do some things where, with Aeneas especially, where I go split backfield, put Jeremiah in the boundary in a stack position with my boundary receiver who's going to be reduced, and then I'm jetting Jeremiah across, get the defense going this way, and I'm running either an angle route or some kind of wheel route to Aeneas in the backside. I would do something like that. You can also run, because Jeremiah is a physical blocker, I could do some things where I have him blocking in the perimeter, and I run some sweeps, I run some toss to my backside in the backfield. So there's plenty of things you could do out of that. I just don't know if that would be something you'd want to do a lot unless you just have major injuries at receiver, because I think Jeremiah could do a lot in that role against certain looks, but none of them are going to be as good in the slot as Jaden Greathouse or Will Pauling or Jordan Faison. And that's why I wouldn't do it a lot. But those are certainly some things that you could do out of it. Position group that I would absolutely do for Notre Dame is 32 personnel. 3 backs, 2 tight ends. That would be a short yardage goal line look that I would absolutely utilize. And because you could have some fun with that. Some cross action, some cross action bootleg, things like that. Oof. I could do some fun with that. I just think with a tight end in the game, like I would even say 31 personnel. I'd be more attracted to 31 personnel than I would 30 personnel, because with 31 personnel, I could get Jeremiah outside and put him on the line, and then I could use my tight end as a movement piece to create some edge angles, some blocking angles, and things like that for the backs. I'd no problem doing that. On top of putting him outside and using him as a lead blocker, if I want to throw some RPO now screens or some RPO bubbles to Jeremiah, and I'd rather have Eli Raritan out there blocking than any receiver. So I think 31 might be more attractive to me than 30 if I was going to make one of those sort of a use somewhat consistently type of look, Dan. So that's where I'd go. Thoughts? Anything to add to that, Trev?
No, I mean, if I were the offensive coordinator, I would just for me, it'd be mostly short yardage. And in that scenario, I'd want a tight end. Brian, to your point, if I'm going to have 3 running backs on the field and 2 of them are going to be lined up at receiver, I would probably just rather have a receiver out there if I'm being 100% honest. So I'm with you. Short yardage, goal line. I think you could get real creative with some of the stuff that you would do, but I would absolutely want to see a tight end in the mix there, because I think I'd rather have an Eli Raritan, a James Flanagan when he gets there, a Kevin Bauman lead blocking on something like that, than I would Jordan Faison, or Cam Williams. So that's where I'm at with it.
The only exception would be if I had like the 18 receiving core again, and my 2 receivers were Miles Boykin and Chase Claypool.
Which does bring up an interesting. Now, if you're ever in a situation where like 2 of the 3 receivers, or just 2 receivers that you have on the field, and I guess that would make it more 31 personnel-ish, really just 1 receiver then at that point. But if you're more in a situation like that and you have a Malachi Fields and a Micah Gilbert on the field at the same time, I think that would be interesting, because I think that's the closest Notre Dame's receiving core would have to the 2018 receiving core with, Chase Claypool and Miles Boykin. But yeah, I'm with you.
Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. USMA 87. If you have seen Riley Leonard at Gruden's QB Academy, thoughts?
I thought it was pretty good. John Gruden, just for that long, is a little much for me. It just – but it gave you some insight into Riley that, we keep talking. He's just I'm trying to think of the word, because I want to say goofy, but I don't mean goofy, because I don't think he's good. He's just he's a star player that doesn't realize he's a star player. Meaning like he's just kind of a goofy, he's like an old school college quarterback before internet and followers and social media and 24-hour news cycle, where you're just like, he's just one of the boys, just who happens to be real athletic and throw the football. You know what I mean? Like you can see why the players gravitated to him the way that they did. You can also see why he wins. the story he explained about Mike Elko constantly calling him out in front of the entire team, and he'd get mad about not knowing it right, but then him understanding why Mike Elko was doing that, but also how competitive because Mike Elko knew he needed to push Riley Leonard's buttons. And, he just, and you saw he's a pretty smart kid. He could get on the board and do some things, but he's just sort of that fast talking Southern kid that's just kind of one of the guys who just, God said, I'm going to make you tall, athletic, and be able to throw the football, and he's just a real likable kid. He's a very likable young man. And Notre Dame was blessed to have him. So that was my takeaway. I felt like, okay, this is the Riley Leonard that I keep hearing about from all my sources about this is who he is. This is why he was so effective. This is why he was so liked. And I think that Gruden thing, more than anything else, I think gives Notre Dame fans a glimpse into why this kid was so beloved by his teammates and coaches. You can see it. I just think it came across easy, in my opinion, on the screen. It made it worth listening to John Gruden. Again, John Gruden's wicked smart, but that's the John Gruden shtick, and that just gets a little too much for me at times. Write this down. Oh, okay, yeah. John. Sure.
Yeah. John Gruden, listening to him for 47 minutes was a lot. I'm not going to lie. He's a very intense talker, talking about John Gruden. It's a lot. Could you imagine doing a 3 hour and some change mailbag with John Gruden?
I'd have to. Hey, my internet's about to go out. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I'd love sitting down with. Here's the thing: I would love to sit in a room watching football and talking football with John Gruden if there were no cameras. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's the shtick that I don't love. I would love to be in a room for 5 hours with John Gruden, just talking football with no cameras, just me and him, peppering me, talking football, watching film. Dude, get out your beta or whatever things that you use. That would be so enjoyable because I'm not getting the production. I'm not getting the showmanship. I'm just getting a dude that loves football. Because the one thing you say about John Gruden, that dude loves football.
Yeah.
Loves football. I want the non-cameras on, shticky John Gruden. I'd love to talk football with that guy.
Yeah.
I don't, so I don't want to take a shot at John Gruden like, oh, I can't stand. That's not the version of John Gruden that I care about.
Yeah.
I want the guy that, look, let's dim the lights. Let's put the film up. Let's get the board out. Let's talk ball with no cameras, no show, no sponsorships. We're just two dudes talking ball. Dude, I'd do that all day.
Yeah.
All day. That'd be a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, for me, for Riley, he's just an authentic kid. Yeah. I mean, he's somebody that he could be sitting down at the John Gruden QB camp thing, hanging out with Marcus Freeman or hanging out with his friends. You're going to get the same person every time. Mm-hmm. And that's what I love. So it was cool to see. I also didn't know he was a theater major.
That was wild. He was in, what'd they say he was in? Oh, man, what was the play he was in this year?
I know they did a rendition of 22 Jump Street.
That was hilarious. There was another thing he did. I thought it was a Shakespeare or something like that. Before that, him and Jaden Thomas did the 21 Jump Street thing, but there was something else. Henry VIII. Somebody said Henry VIII. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But that also shows some of the things where Notre Dame's got some work to do. How's a kid that majored in that? What does he say? Political philosophy and a minor in something economic, I thought.
It was like analytical marketing or something.
Had to switch to theater to graduate from Notre Dame. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing here? This is silly. It's Duke. It's not like he came from like, a Penn State, or IU or something. Like, he came from Duke. Like, Duke's classes aren't good enough for you guys? Come on. Like, really? Stop taking yourself that seriously. It's Duke. Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't come from Clemson or Florida International or Marshall. I'd have understood that. It's Duke. Silly. No, Archer. Gruden is not a theater major. It's about Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard had to switch to theater.
John Gruden in theater.
Yeah. that would be that'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting.
Question from Stoney. The QB1 will be announced before or after the end of the summer?
After. I'm going to be announced in the fall.
Yeah.
I think we'll have I don't know that they'll announce anything, but I think we'll have a pretty good idea based on talking to people by the time we get to fall camp of who the two are that are primarily. I don't think this staff truly believes they can go into the fall with a true 3-man race. There's just not enough reps. In spring, there's enough reps. I don't think that there are in fall camp. And I think that someone will be left behind. That's my thought. I don't know that. That's not so. I'm not giving you intel. I'm not. That's just my opinion. That because I think they're smart enough to know you can't go 2 weeks into fall camp given 3 guys, splitting reps between 3 guys who all basically run the same offense. You've got to narrow it down to 2 by the time you get to fall camp.
Yep. DMND13, since Angeli is obviously the clear-cut front runner for QB1, and since he's the next Joe Burrow, do you think he goes 18 to 20 for 410 yards and 4 touchdowns tomorrow and gets named the starter immediately?
Okay, so I know DMND13. He and I were chatting last night. There's sarcasm oozing out of this.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you who maybe don't get that, I'm gonna sell that. No, I don't think any of that's gonna happen, but it is wild. Some of the takes, boy. Oh man, some of the takes about the quarterback battle. I'll tell you one thing I am going to do though. After the blue gold game, I am going to do a feature where I'm going to make the case for all 3 kids as the start. Here's the case of why Steve Angeli will win the job. Not should be, but why if he's the starter, here's why. If Kenny's the starter, here's why, and here's what the offense would look like. I do that, Steve. And then if CJ Carr wins it, here's why, and here's what the offense would look like if he wins the job. I think that'll be a good feature. I'll do that after spring, but I'm not going to do the whole here's who should win the job. I've said before, I think 1 or 2 quarterbacks needs to win the job for this team to maximize their potential. But at the same time, CJ and Kenny, I've also said though, however, if they don't outplay Steve, then Steve wins the job, then so be it. Let's roll. But yeah, some of the takes, boy. Whew.
Yeah. Yep. Aiden Benami, if you had to pick one between Javian Osborne or Jonas Walton, who are you picking and why? And are we looking to take both if they both want to come to Notre Dame?
I believe they'd take both, and that would be my ideal answer. I mean, they're different backs. You're bringing them in for different reasons, in my opinion, and I think they complement each other very well. I think Jonas Walton is more of the heavy bulk carry guy, and he's got some physicality to him. He's in the Audric Estime style of play. He's not as big as Audric, close to as big as Audric, but style of play wise, I think Javion can be an every down back, but he's that guy that I think comes in and he's a slasher. He's a faster Torian Folston, a faster Dexter Williams. Those are the 2 guys that I compare him to. Great feet, great vision. Goes from 0 to 100 in a hurry. Well, I should say goes to the deer. I don't know if he can get to 100, but he can definitely get to 60 in a hurry. I don't know if he's like a 4.3 guy, but he's just got that great first step, great vision, great feel. And they're different backs. They can play together. If I had to pick one, I don't want to pick one. I mean, I'll say this. I have Javion ranked higher on my board if that's the best can answer. But like I'm taking either one of those kids if they want to come. And I'd love to have both of them, honestly. And I would try to sell them on, hey, guys, this is why look what we just did with these 2 backs. Like, if you think about it, in 2 of the last 3 years, Notre Dame has had 2 running backs go over 700 yards in the season. They haven't, because Audric and Logan did that in 2022. Yeah. And that same year, Chris Tyree went for over 400 yards that same year. Like, look, guys, I mean, look in the playoffs. What running back made the biggest play against Penn State? It was Aeneas twice. Who had the biggest run against Georgia? It was Jadarian. I mean, different game. Who had the biggest run against Indiana? It was Jeremiah. Yeah. We can use more than one guy. So this doesn't have to be you're our dude guy and you're our dude type of situation. And, you're going to split carries. It's just whether you're going to split somebody a year in front of you, a year behind you. You're going to split carries with somebody. Why not be at a guy in your class that you guys can to build a great relationship with and why not?
Yep. So, and I think another thing another thing that's benefiting Notre Dame right now is that's just kind of the current state of what running back rooms are now anyways, which is huge. Like, it's not like Notre Dame would be the outlier if they use a running back rotation. Look at what Ohio State did this past year, Penn State, Texas, when Steve Sarkisian decided to run the football. Even Alabama, they would use, who was it, Jam Miller and Justice Haynes. Michigan, when they won the national title, used both Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. And so more teams are going to using a running back by committee than just having, hey, man, you're just going to carry the ball 27 times today. Now, if it dictates it and the game dictates it as such, they will. Mm-hmm. But most teams now like to use a multiple back rotation. I think that's huge for recruiting. Notre Dame's just been doing it for quite some time.
I say it all the time, Trev. Recruiting is easier when you can when you have proof of concept, right? Like when you can show, here's why we know we can get two backs to play at a high level because we did it here and we did it here.
Yeah.
And Mike Denbrock could even do it going back to Notre Dame. He can show the stats of, look what we did with CJ Prosise and Josh Adams. Now, I don't think they used them together all that well that year, but they both had a lot of production.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this one here. Let's get to, that one was from Iden. So let's get to another one from, here we go.
Two-parter from Coach Bent574. In the 2017 tournament, I rooted for Princeton against Notre Dame once because I had Devin Kennedy. Attempted a buzzer beater because Mike Bray refused to recruit him. Have you ever rooted against a team that you like?
No, I can't say that I did. Yeah. I can't say that I did.
No. I mean, you guys know my stance. Like, I follow other teams, but Notre Dame is my main. I don't know if I've ever rooted for Notre Dame to lose because of what it does to me mentally and physically and emotionally, and the list goes on and on. I mean, I have some friends who are like diehard NFL fans still, where they're like, I kind of hope we lose today to get a better draft stock. I'm always going to err on the side of winning a football game. That's just me personally. But no, I've never had
as
that.
Much as I disliked Brian Kelly, I never rooted for them to lose a big game so that I wouldn't have to deal with Brian Kelly winning. I've never done that before.
Nope.
Yeah. It's interesting take.
I remember Devin Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a good player.
This makes it a little bit different for me.
Yep. He coached Devin in high school, so the personal pull was too much for Notre Dame.
I get that, though. I mean, if like one of my players, former players, back when I was, rooted for the Broncos, if one of my former players who I cared about and coached and all that was playing in a Super, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm rooting for my guy. That's always going to trump a team that I love but have no personal connection to. I didn't play there. I didn't coach there. I didn't, I'm not, my brother doesn't coach. I have a brother, but I don't have any of that. This is, I mean, look, I can root for you next year. This is my guy. This is my, this is my player. This is somebody I care about. This is like family to me. This is a kid I've had in my home a bunch of times because when I was coaching, my wife we'd have Thursday meals. My players would come over and my wife would cook for everybody. I mean, you have a different connection with somebody when that stuff's going on. I got pictures of my players at our house and petting Brady, holding Brady. You know what I mean? Like they're part of your family. They really are. And that's always going to trump fandom of something I don't have a connection to. Even if it was a school where I went to, that's still family trumps that always. So, yeah, at the very least, I'd almost pull like what was Brady Quinn's sister's name?
Laura.
I'd almost kind of pull that like, look, this is a win-win for me, but it's also a lose-lose for me. Because if my team wins, I'm happy, but then I'm hurting for my guy who's on the losing end. But if they win, I'm happy because my guy won, but a little bummed that my team lost. So, I'm going to have a jersey with both of them on there, probably maybe go that route, but that would be that's the best I could do.
Fair enough. I am Tenzin. When Indianapolis or Chicago finally host an Olympic Games, are you going to attend any of the events?
No, I have no interest in that. I don't have the same interest in the Olympics that I used to, and I don't really care to get into why, but no, I wouldn't, especially in Chicago. Just because it'd be so crowded. Like trying to get around from place to place, it'd be so crowded. When you've got the Olympics in town, are you kidding me? No, that's I don't like traffic. I don't, Trev. But yeah, no. I know it's terrible, but with the exception of baseball, I like sporting events on TV. I really do. Like being at Notre Dame Stadium is awesome and it's great, and I wouldn't change it for the world. But like if I don't mind sitting back and watching a football game on TV, unless it's one like it's different for Notre Dame because it's my team. I cover the team. But like if it's just like, hey, I got tickets to the national championship game between this team and that team, I'd be like, I'm good. I'm gonna watch it on TV. So yeah, I'm gonna keep my $2,000. I'm gonna watch it on TV. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of how I am.
I would watch it if it came to Indianapolis. It's kind of a cop-out because I live here. It wouldn't really take any extra effort for me to do it.
If it was in South Bend, I'd go.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to. Indianapolis hosts a bunch of events, like more than what you would think. And so, yeah, I'd go check it out. I don't know if I would show up decked out in gear and go to every event possible, but I mean, especially if it's the Summer Olympics, I'd go watch basketball. You know, that'd be cool. Ballpeen Shillelagh. Don't know if this was asked already, but if Kenny Minchey gets the nod in the quarterback competition, how will that affect the left tackle and the right tackle? Has anything been done during spring to prep for that possibility?
Kenny Minchey, I don't know why anything would need to be done if Kenny Minchey's the starter. There was a post on the site earlier where people were talking about him being left-handed. Maybe you think he's left-handed. He's not. He's right-handed. So I don't think anything needs to be done if Kenny Minchey's the starting quarterback. He's right-handed. They're all right-handed. Nothing needs to be done about flipping the quarterbacks. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's right-handed, so they don't need to do anything right and left tackle.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, there was literally a post on the board earlier where people were talking about like Kenny. Somebody said he's left-handed, and people were like, "Oh, he is. I didn't realize that." And I'm like, no, he's right-handed. So yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Peter Freibert, is quarterback play going to be a main focal point in the Blue Gold game tomorrow?
Quarterback play is always the main focal point of a spring game. I mean, that's just, there were people who were convinced that Deshaun Kaiser should never play football at Notre Dame because he played poorly in a spring game. Like literally, that I remember those battles. But it's always the focal point.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the focal point.
Mm-hmm.
USMA 87 said, Brian, don't come to California. You have traffic here. Bro, I've been to California so many times. Believe me, I know this. I've been to San Francisco multiple times. Twice with my wife. She did the Nike Women's Marathon twice out in San Francisco.
It's awesome.
And then we also went out there. I've been out there twice for the Notre Dame Stanford game to cover that. I've been in LA to cover Notre Dame USC. And then my wife grew up in Escondido outside of San Diego. So one year we went back to her hometown. I think we're going on a cruise with her parents, paid for us to go on a cruise. And so it was out of Long Beach. So we were there. We drove down to San Diego. And by the way, I didn't realize how beautiful driving on PH1 Pacific Coast Highway is. Like it is a gorgeous drive. When you're on the part where you're just like on the coast and you're just looking at it, it's gorgeous. So we went down to San Diego and went to some of her favorite restaurants and, did some of that stuff. We went to La Jolla where they have the seal beach. There's a bunch of the beach where these seals just hang out and sleep. That was pretty cool. And then we went to this place like up on a cliff overlooking the ocean where she used to go and watch the sunset and pray. And so we went to that. So I've been there a bunch of times. So believe me, I know how bad traffic is. I've been in New York City. I've been in Chicago. And it's like when I was back home in Virginia in March, same way. I mean, we have traffic there and forget where we're going, but it was like 5:30 and I'm like, oh God, I forgot how terrible traffic is this time of day. But I hate getting stuck in traffic. When we lived in Denver, I mean, I had to deal with that. Trust me, I know about that. That's why I'm very happy that I live in where I live now in a town where I don't have to deal with that stuff anymore. So now it's just like, oh crap, a freaking train stopped. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like that's the traffic stuff I have to deal with now. So yeah, believe that. So then that Peter Freibert was the one that asked the quarterback question. Let's get to Mark. We haven't been to Mark yet. We'll get to some of you have multiple questions up top. We'll get to some of those, but I just want to try to make sure everybody that's got a question and gets at least one in, and then we'll kind of go back to the rest of those.
Question from Mark Avalone. If the worst happens and after the quarterback competition ends, 2 to 3 of them transfer out, what have you seen from Blake Hebert to indicate how he would fare as a backup quarterback?
2 of 3 transfer out. I mean, look, here's what I'd say about number one, you're going to put Tyler Buckner back to quarterback now.
Yep.
And you're going to have a package for Tyler to run. No question. You hope that you don't ever have to go to Blake, but here's what you're going to get if you have to play Blake Hebert. Really live arm. Really live arm. Him and Kenny probably have the 2 strongest arms on the roster. Trevor, would you agree with that based on what you've seen in the practices? Real quick release. Not overly accurate yet. He doesn't have the footwork, and his release point is very inconsistent, which hurts his ball placement, and that kind of factors into, sometimes I think he goes a little too fast with his throwing motion. He's got to find that sweet spot. His footwork needs some work. He's athletic. He's physical. And from what I'm told, he's picked up the offense for a freshman really well. So he's another one of those cerebral, smart kids. I think he'd be fine if you had to go. I mean, you wouldn't want to put him in for like 12 games because somebody got hurt, but he could get you out of a ball game. So could Tyler Buckner. If you lose one guy, I'm moving Tyler to quarterback probably. But if I lose 2, I'm definitely moving Tyler to quarterback. Because, look, this kid has started at Alabama. He started a bowl game. He started 2 games at Notre Dame. He started at Ohio State. He can handle the pressure. He's athletic, and we can design a package for him to say, okay, let's do some read zone stuff and some RPO
I was about to say,
and get out of a game. You know what I mean?
Shoot, we saw what a Tyler Buckner offense could look like last season. Make that argument. I don't know if he'd throw as much as what Riley did at some point. But,
I got you.
Yeah.
It's like one trick play on punt team, Trev.
No.
Okay, I got you.
They're just going to fake punt first through third down, dude.
It's like, can't go with you there, Trev. I get what you're saying now. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. That's good. Hey, real quick. So somebody gave a super chat on Rumble that is not showing up in the that I haven't seen show up in the chat. So I'm going to read it and thank you. It's from Beefeater ND08. So he sent a super chat on Rumble. It says, first Rumble rant. Hope it works because I heard Rumble doesn't take a 30% chunk like other platforms. YouTube takes bigger than that, believe me. Have you watched Rogue Heroes, and where would you play Irish SAS legend Patty Main on Notre Dame? I have not seen that. What is Rogue Heroes? Do you know what that is, Trev?
Nope.
I'm going to look it up here real quick. What is Rogue Heroes? It's a drama series. Let's see here. What's it on? Where can I watch it? Looks like Fubo. Let's see here. Rogue Heroes is a 2022 British historical drama television series created by Stephen Knight that premiered on BBC. Depicts the origins of the British Army SAS. Ooh, I'd probably like that. That sounds kind of like something that I would want to do. So, yeah, I haven't seen it yet, man, but now I'm actually intrigued by it because it's about World War II and the start of the SAS, which is a very underrated special forces unit. So I will check that out, man. But no, I have not seen it yet, so I apologize. And I also want to thank you for the super chat on that very much. So what's interesting about this, and I have to look into this, is I got your follow-up question where you asked me if I got your super chat, but I did not do that. I did not see that here. So I'm actually going to go look again, but I don't see that. So, yeah.
Another good movie I saw recently about World War II, by the way, real quick. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
I have.
Very good.
I didn't realize until I watched it on a flight this year, Trev. It was on like the entertainment they provide. It's got Alan Richman. It's got Henry Golding in it, right? Henry Cavill's also in it. Very well done. I'd rather enjoyed that, to be honest with you. I didn't realize it was based on a true story until after the movie. I was like, holy crap. So, yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. I'm trying to look up and see if Beefeater's super chat came through, but it didn't just show up like a normal super chat. So I'm trying to see that. I don't see it on here. So I'll have to continue looking into that and see kind of how that works and if I could could pull it up or not. It's good that I did this because I've seen a couple super chats that we missed that I didn't star. So yeah, interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. All right, let's see. We got another super chat from my guy Mark Stewart. Haven't seen Mark on here in a while, so thank you, Mark. It's good to see you again, man. Hope all's well with you.
Joining the chat late. So sorry if some part of this has been covered. Isn't it best case scenario for CJ Carr to win the job for recruiting purposes? Wouldn't having a big time quarterback be a selling point to offensive recruits?
If CJ wins the job, then I think you have that advantage. I don't think, however, that if one of Kenny or CJ wins the job, you're fine. Obviously, CJ was the higher ranked recruit, and it might help you with offensive recruits. But here's the deal: if Kenny beats out CJ and goes out and balls out this year, that's going to sell to recruits. They're not going to care. Well, yeah, I know that Kenny Minchey threw for 3,600 yards, ran for 500, and accounted for 38 touchdowns, and Notre Dame went to the championship game again, but he wasn't ranked real high, so I don't know if I want to play with that guy. So I think over time, Mark, it doesn't matter as long as that guy plays well. But I do think there's something to the idea that if CJ wins the job early on, that could have a bigger initial kind of surge, because for two reasons. One, he's ranked higher, but number two, he's younger. He's a redshirt freshman. Whereas if, like, let's say Steve Angeli goes out there and wins and goes out there and puts up the same numbers I just mentioned about Kenny, and they win, like a 2027 kid's not going to care. 2026 kid may care a little bit about who won at court. He's going to care about the season success, but he's not going to care, well, I get to play with Steve Angeli, because you're not. You're not going to play with Steve Angeli. By the time you're there, he's going to be gone. With CJ, it's kind of like even 2027 kids are like, dude, I'm going to get to play with CJ Carr. Like that's what we're going to be thinking. So I think in that regard, it certainly has an impact. There's an initial push because of his recruiting ranking. But at the end of the day, if Kenny Minchey goes out there and wins a job and leads Notre Dame to the national title game or semifinals, and they throw the ball for 260, 270 yards a game, and he has a big season, they're not going to care that he wasn't ranked as high as CJ was. But perfect world, do I think if the combination of CJ putting up those big numbers and CJ having that success and CJ having not just the recruiting ranking, but also he's a name, that doesn't hurt by any stretch. It just can't factor into your decision of why you start him. You got to play the better player. But to Mark's point, if CJ does win the job, because I love how Mark says it, isn't it the best case scenario for CJ Carr to get the job or to be given the job? It's to win the job. I think the biggest reason why I think it's important for CJ to win the job is because I think ultimately he has the highest ceiling of any quarterback on the roster. That's ultimately why I think it's there. But if I'm wrong and it's Kenny, then it's best for Kenny to win the job, because at the end of the day, the best thing for recruiting purposes is for Notre Dame to win a championship.
Yep.
And whoever gives you the best chance to win a championship is going to have that impact. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
And I think recruiting is going to be impacted positively for wide receivers, especially, no matter who the starting quarterback is going to be this year. I do think CJ gives you the highest ceiling all around for all the reasons that Brian talked about. But a lot of it is going to be for some of those younger recruits, say in the 27 class, like, oh, so this is the direction of the offense that Notre Dame is heading in. I might not be playing with Steve Angeli, or I might not be playing with Kenny Minchey in 2028, or so on and so forth down the line. But I see what Mike Denbrock is wanting to do. I see what Marcus Freeman is wanting to do. So it's all going to move the needle in the right direction, Mark, for sure. It's a good question. Another super chat from John A1. Thank you, John. Now that we've seen a year of the Big 12 without Texas and Oklahoma, is there a program that now has a chance to emerge as a perennial national power? Brian,
that's a good one, John. This is what happens when you go away from the screen and you're looking up stuff while muted. I don't know that there's a program, John, that has the cachet, the history, and all those things, the recruiting base to be a national power. The only one that I could think of is maybe TCU, simply because they're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But do they have the support? Do they have the donor base? Do they have all those things? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. They don't have a history of it. Kansas State, I think could be really dominant Big 12 teams, but national powers, I don't know that they can do that. Maybe Houston, because they're also in a kind of a big, high recruiting area. Maybe they have a pretty good base. Their basketball team obviously just had a ton of success this past season. Utah does not. UCF does not. The only other team, Colorado, maybe back in the day, but I don't think maybe they could. Colorado maybe could. But the problem with Colorado is right now, I don't know that they have the leadership structure in place above the football program to support it the way that they need to. That would be a very interesting one. The only other one that I could think of, and this is going to shock some people. Have you seen the money that BYU is spending on basketball right now?
Yeah, dude.
Like if that ever starts going to the football program, like watch out, because like they've got money. Like believe me, they got money. It's just, do they want to spend it? They're paying a lot of money. Like, don't they? I read somewhere that they have some player on their team that's like really highly regarded, that like NBA draft guy that's going to stay at BYU because he wants to play with the number one player in the country at a high school who's committed to BYU. Like, yeah, they got some money. If they start throwing it around it's easier to do that in basketball, because in basketball you buy the right three players, you can win a championship.
Yep.
In football, you buy the right three players, you just go from 3-9 to 5-7. Like that's you know what I mean? Like that's not going to put you over the top if you're not going to do there. But BYU probably is the only one that has but then they're also in Provo, Utah, and there's not the recruiting base, but they got the money to buy players. But can they do that consistently? I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know that there's anybody in the Big 12 that has all those things and the tradition to be that kind of program. I'd probably have to say TCU and Houston have the best football potential because of where they're located with the recruiting base. But, that's where I'm at.
The only other one, maybe if they can sustain some sort of level of success, is Arizona State. But again, like from a financial standpoint, I don't know if they have the ability to compete.
The recruiting base there could be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You got California, Arizona's a burgeoning, a booming area. So, they're close to Phoenix. I mean, When I go to Arizona State, I've now been there twice to cover a team there. I went there to cover the Fiesta Bowl twice, and I've gone there to cover the Arizona State game.
Yep.
Flying to Phoenix, and it's not that far to get over to Tempe. It's like very close. That's a good one, Trev. I didn't think about that one. It's a good one.
Thanks.
I'm not surprised. I'm not saying like, oh my God, Trevor, you came up with a good one. I can't believe it. All right, let's get down to some more here real quick. Okay, we got insured by Big.
Who do you prefer to see have a better spring, the offense or the defense, when facing each other?
Offense.
Yeah.
This year. It's not always the case. And the reason my answer is almost always the same, in that whatever unit normally isn't your best unit, I like them to play well. Because like the defense, if the offense comes out and plays great on Saturday, I'm excited because I know the defense is good. And if they're able to make plays against those guys, like if Cam Williams comes out and beats Leonard Moore twice for big plays or something like that, I'm not going to be like, oh crap, Leonard Moore may not be as good as I think. I already know he can ball. That just means Cam Williams is elevating. Or if Greathouse, or if insert a player. If Styles Prescott goes out there and just shuts down Bryce Young, I'm going to be like, okay, all right, Styles, I see you, because I know Bryce can play. You get what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at. I always want the group that's perceived to be the weaker group to perform better. Because, like, the defense dominating the offense, like, okay, well, we know the defense is great, but I don't really know how good the offense is yet, and that's some question marks. So that's, I think, kind of where my answer comes from on that one.
Yeah, it varies from spring to spring for me. Like if I'm talking about, say, the Notre Dame 2015 offense versus the 2015 defense, I'd be very interested to see how the defense does. But for this season specifically, especially the track record of what the defense has done the last couple of years, they're not going to show me anything in the spring. It's like, I didn't know about them. Like in the postgame show, nobody's going to be like, hey, dude, did you see Christian Gray today?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it won't be like that. I'm hoping it'll be, dude, KK Smith might be a problem this year. Or, man, Jack Larson had another good spring game, like back-to-back good spring games. And so I'm going to be interested to see how that pans out. I do like that they are going traditional offense versus defense, especially given everything that's been going on this offseason. I think that's going to be really fun to watch too. Peter Frybert, any recruiting visits planned for the game tomorrow?
So, Peter, I believe you're a member of the board because I believe you are. There is an intel piece on the board that lists all the visitors for this weekend and also gives some intel into where things stand with them going in. So you're going to want to check that out on the board. But, yes, there are some big-time visitors planned for this weekend's game.
PJC 1122, how does Rodney Dunham compare to Aaron Lynch as juniors?
Very different players. I mean, I project him to play the same position, but Aaron was much further along physically. Aaron was taller, thicker. Aaron was really explosive. Rodney's explosive. Aaron was a little bit twitchier, just vertically. I think Rodney's a little bit more fluid than Aaron was. Aaron was more powerful. Aaron Lynch had legitimate top 15 NFL draft pick talent. Like that was never the question. Aaron Lynch just didn't always have the maturity to make the right decisions and put in the work needed to thrive. And still played a while in the NFL, but Aaron Lynch was a big-time talent. Rodney is as well, but Aaron Lynch was just he was just better. Now, Rodney could come and prove to be better as a senior, but we haven't seen that yet.
Sure.
Yeah. Aaron was just – how do they compare stylistically? There's some similarities. Same position, long, high upside. Aaron is just a little bit more advanced physically than Rodney was. Same. Like Aaron Lynch, look, I've covered multiple Army All-Americans. I've covered the Under Armour All-American. I mean, I've covered, all these times. I still never seen the two most dominant performances I've seen, two of the most dominant performances I've ever seen from a guy at one of these events. One was Michael Floyd, who just destroyed the West DBs all week in practice to the point where I'll never forget this. You can go back and watch this. When we got to the game I think it was on a Saturday, but we got to the game and Patrick Peterson, at the time his name was Patrick Johnson. Every time the ball would get snapped, they would kind of sit near. He would send Boubacar Sissoko to wherever Michael Floyd went, and then Boubacar just got ripped up. And then there was one snap where they came out and he went the wrong way, and he's lined up against Michael Floyd. He's like 10, 12. He backs up like 10, 12 yards off the ball. He was not going to let Michael Floyd run by him. It's just like that's how dominant he was. And then Aaron Lynch had like 3 sacks or something like that in the game, but he was just as dominant every day in practice. He was unreal. Jeez. I mean, he was just unbelievable. 2 of the most dominant performers I've ever seen at one of those events. And when you stand out like that amongst those players, you're special.
Yeah.
I mean, you're very special. I mean, I Andrew Luck was there one year. I covered. I mean, like I've seen all these, and those guys were freaks. I mean, they were freaks. I didn't see Julio and AJ Green that year because they were at the Under Armour. So it was a lot of times there was carryover and I couldn't get to both, or my boss wouldn't pay for me to go to both, which I understood because that stuff can get expensive. But yeah, I've seen some dudes, and those guys were unreal good.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, will the Blue Gold game actually give fans a somewhat accurate idea of how the quarterback competition is shaping up, or are there factors that make it harder to see who is the best right now?
I honestly, Ballpeen, I understand where you're coming from. I rarely put anything into spring games. I mean, we'll talk about it and we'll have some. I mean, there's things you can take away, certainly take away. If Cam Williams goes out there and has a big game, that should not be ignored. But it also shouldn't lead you to believe like, okay, Cam Williams, Biletnikoff, here we come. Like, same, just like the opposite's true. I talked about this. I mean, Montgomery Van Gorder outplayed Deshaun Kaiser in the spring game back in 2015. And I made the claim that summer that if Notre Dame's good at quarterback, if Malik goes down, they'll be fine because I think Deshaun's a really good player. And I got hammered for that. because, he was terrible in the spring game. I was like, I don't care about the spring game. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I know what the skill set says. And then look what happened. I just don't put a lot into spring games. There will be takeaways, certainly. Like I said, if Styles Prescott goes out there and looks great against, Bryce Young and Josh Burnham, I'm going to say that's going to tell me something like, okay, but it's not going to be like sit Anthony Knapp on the bench and put in Styles Prescott. Did you see what he did in the spring game? That's no, because that's just not my takeaway from that. And if you have that kind of takeaway, you're either overreacting or you're kind of agenda driven. Like if I've said before, okay, I think CJ Carr is the best quarterback. If CJ Carr goes out there and outplays Kenny and Steve, you will not see me come on here and do a victory lap like, I told y'all CJ was the man. I'm like, look, I'll praise what he did and I'll praise what Kenny did. I'll criticize what they did. That would just be nothing more than confirmation bias, because if Kenny outplayed CJ in 10 of the 14 practices, but CJ did better in a blue gold game that I don't really care much about, then that, and I'm going to then say, okay, that means that's confirmation bias by me. And I think that's what tends to happen in these games is we have I've heard people make a case that Steve Angeli was the best quarterback in the spring last year. They tend to be Steve Angeli people. I've heard people make the case that Kenny was the best quarterback last year because there are people who love a mobile quarterback, and Kenny was clearly the most mobile. And I've seen people make a case that CJ was the best quarterback. So 3 different groups of people watched the same game and came away with completely different conclusions on who played the best. It's like people can see what they want. The tweet you and I responded to today, some Penn State fan talking about, Notre Dame's not a scary team because, they don't have a quarterback this, and he goes, and their receiving core is like sketchy or something like that. I'm like, coming from the dude whose team literally got shut out against Notre Dame in the playoffs, you might want to sit this one out, because you're not supporting the team. Like if Ohio State fans want to be like, I'm not afraid of Notre Dame because of their receiving core, they have every right in the world to say that, because their receiving cores do. Your receiving core got shut out in the national semifinals. Notre Dame had a guy that went for over $100 in the second half against you. Sit this one out. This isn't the talk for you. But in his mind, he doesn't think about that because he's looking at it from a very biased point of view. And that's why I say, Trev, it's like people are going to see what they want to see. But at the end of the day, I also, as I said, I just don't think things like that are determinative in this type of setting. It's not a real game. It's going to be offense versus defense. It's going to have a jacked up scoring system. That's not going to be, because it's not something that I think we should enjoy it. We should learn lessons from it, but it should not be something that definitively seals your opinion on anything, in my opinion, other than I can't wait to watch this team in the fall. That's it.
Yeah. My advice to anybody going to the spring game who wants something to follow and something to analyze, don't analyze the box score. Like nobody's argument should be, well, so-and-so went 12 of 15 and the other person went 7 of 11, but this guy went 5 of 13. Like it's nothing like that. You kind of more analyze some like traits and like some of the intangibles. Like for quarterbacks, I have a list of things written out that I'm going to watch for in the spring game, and none of it is stat related. Like I want to see how the linebackers are used, but I'm not going to come away with that. And if, Bodie Cahoon ends the game with 11 tackles, like what Keanu Kia did last spring, it's not an immediate, okay, well now he should be starting. I want to see how they are used. Like for the quarterbacks, I want to look and see how their composure is, because it is going to be a jacked up system and they're going to be playing with a lot of like the ones that they roll out on offense. It most likely will probably be a lot of the 2s and 3s because Jeremiah Love shouldn't be playing tomorrow. If he goes out there for a couple of series, I'm not going to be mad, but there's nothing I'm going to learn about him. I don't know how much Jaden Greathouse is going to play on Saturday. If I were a betting man, which I am, I would say not a lot, because there's nothing he needs to do. I'm going to look for young receiver development. I would like to see how Kedron Young plays and how he's used, but I'm never going to take away, Cam Williams had 9 receptions for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he is now the most unguardable receiver Notre Dame has.
But be excited about it, right?
Yes.
Like we're not saying like don't be excited about it. Like be excited about it. Like, boy, if Bodie Cahoon goes out and does that, like, okay, linebacker room's going to be even better because now Bodie's starting to figure things out. Like And did you see how fast he looked and all? Be excited about it, but just don't turn it into, okay, now he's going to beat out Drake Bowen, or
Facts. Yes.
now Cam went screw Malachi Fields. You can tell him to stay at Virginia because now, you know what I mean? Like, don't do that. Be like, hey, excited now. Hey, Cam can help you this year, hopefully, if he can build on this performance. And, it's going to happen. I mean, no matter how much we throw the warnings, just enjoy it. Enjoy the game. Don't try to make sweeping conclusions that we then argue about all summer. But it also doesn't mean that you can't take something away from it. I've referred back to things that CJ Carr did in the spring in the blue gold game last year to point to things I like about his game.
Yeah.
But you won't hear me say that's why he should start over Steve Angeli, because I think he outplayed Steve in last year's blue gold game. No.
Yep.
It's the traits that he has that I believe were evident in that game that lead me to thinking he's the best quarterback in the roster. But that would be a bad line of arguing, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Another question from Stoney. If Notre Dame is going to win a national championship in the next 3 years, what are the top 3 things that the 2025 season can build towards and grow to reach that goal?
Better quarterback play / potential in the pass game. O-line has to get back to being dominant. And you have to be able to be more dominant rushing the quarterback with your front 4. I think those 3 things.
Yep. Yeah, I would say more effective vertical passing game, have to be better consistently stopping the run, and more of a 4-man pass rush. Those are my three main things. And for the majority of the season, Notre Dame did well stopping the run. It's just in against Penn State and against Ohio State, that's kind of when it faltered, and those were the 2 biggest moments of the season.
Yeah.
So
Andrew Gilmore has a comment. He said Wagner started the process of winning the right tackle job last spring. I think that's a fair way of evaluating something from the spring, to say like that's where the process began. That's fair. That's totally fine. But my counter to that would be, but Rocco Spindler played great in that game and they still benched him. Right? Like, the thing is, like, it's part of the process. It doesn't mean that it's like success here is guaranteed there. But I think if we're going to talk about how the spring game impacts starting jobs, I think that's a fair way of like, hey, I think so-and-so playing well here is evidence that he's on his way to, after summer and fall, to doing this. I think that's fair. That's a fair way of evaluating and talking about coming out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Another super chat from Mark E. Stewart. Thank you, Mark. Does the portal influence Notre Dame coaches to put guys in packages and create roles for players who they feel are going to be contributors in the future but aren't ready to play big minutes yet?
It can. But, I mean, we saw that it with Notre Dame anyway. I mean, that's why Cam Williams didn't play. I mean, they didn't think he was ready. So you could worry about, like, hey, do we want to lose him in the portal, or do we need to do what we're going to do to win? Do I think that there were things they did at times last year to keep certain guys happy with playing time? To a degree. But I think those guys earn the right to play. I don't think Notre Dame is going to put anybody on the field that they don't think helps them win football games. I don't think they put Aeneas Williams in over Devin Ford because they thought it would help convince Aeneas to transfer. I think they realized, okay, now we feel like Aeneas has earned that role to be on the field, and he gives us the best look in that role. I think that's ultimately what they will do. If a kid you think he can help you, you might push him into a role more than you would have in the past for that reason, but you're not going to put a kid who's not ready to out there. And I think for Notre Dame, and that's what we saw last season. That's why we didn't see Cam Williams. That's why we didn't see Micah Gilbert. It's why we didn't see Keidron Young necessarily. It's why we didn't see some other players until they were. I mean, we didn't see anything from Bronte Johnson early in the season. We saw a lot more of him later in the season. So I think at the end of the day, if a kid's going to transfer because you didn't play him, but he can't help you win games, then let him walk. That's just not a guy, because now you're always going to be kind of in that cycle with guys like that, unless you told him he was going to play as a freshman and he didn't play him, and essentially you lied to him. Then I'm okay with that kid leaving if that's the case. I mean, that's why I transferred my freshman year. They told me I was I went to the school I went to, turned down D2 and 1AA offers to go to a D3 school to play quarterback. Everybody else wanted me to play wide receiver. Third day of fall camp, they moved me to receiver. I started. We were really good. Started first 6 games of the year before I got hurt. But I was never going to come back because it's like, you lied to me this entire time. Like, there was no honesty in this conversation. And that trust was gone. Now, that was probably an immature thing to do on my part, to pick a school just because of that at that level. This isn't D1. I was going to go to the NFL. I should have picked a better school. I get that. The decision to transfer was an emotional one. And why was I able to make an emotional decision? Because at the D3 level, you don't have to sit out. So I'm going to go wherever I wanted, whenever I wanted. No consequences. Not those type of consequences. So that's part of the reason that I feel as strong as I do, because I lived it, right? But my reasoning was justifiable in that they lied to me. They told me one thing to get me there, and then right away that thing wasn't true. So, that's where I would say I understand it. But if they didn't promise you anything except chance to compete, and you weren't ready to help, then you want to leave, then leave. Because, you didn't do anything to help us win this year, so I think we can figure out how to win without you next year. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where I'm at with that one.
I think special teams can also come into a big play here. I think a lot of times people get wrapped up in younger players, like, got to play offense or defense, got to play offense or defense. And I think Marty Biagi's done a really good job of working in a lot of the young talent that Notre Dame has on special teams, because there really is only a finite amount of people that you can rotate in on offense and defense, truly. I mean, I would be a lot more concerned this year if Notre Dame said, hey, we're going to have a 9-man wide receiver rotation, opposed to like if they just stuck with their normal 5 to 6 guys like we've seen. Like, it's just – but we've seen in the past, there's a lot of young Notre Dame players that really excelled on special teams. Like, I love how much Bryce Young played last year on defense. And I think he would have continued to rotate in on defense, because you can't keep a 6'7", 265 true freshman off the field on defense for that long. But regardless, he still would have played just as much on special teams. He played a lot because Boubacar and Jordan Botelho got injured. And so I think he would have continued to capitalize there. Like, there's a reason why Drake Bowen never sniffed the starting lineup in 2023, but he came into 24 as a true sophomore. It's because he played every game on special teams. And so I think that's another really big factor, because that's 4 more phases that you can be on, potentially 5, with between field goal, kickoff return, punt return. And so there's a role. And to Brian's point, if you can help them win in any phase, they'll put you on the field. I think we've seen that. So I'm with you. Aiden Benami, what do you think Notre Dame's administration would do if Jeremiah Love came to them right now and wanted to negotiate his contract? For example, Nico.
They would. I mean, he's not under contract. That's the dumb thing about, first of all, about what they did with Nico. They promised him $8 million over 3 years. That they promised him that. Notre Dame didn't make those same kind of promises to Jeremiah Love. What Notre Dame would do if Jeremiah Love was like, hey, listen, I got this school offering me $3 million. What can you guys do? I think Notre Dame would then go help find NIL opportunities, and as much as they can to help him be happy with staying. And that has happened at Notre Dame. Not necessarily Jeremiah. I'm not talking about him specifically, but we know of a star defensive player last year who Georgia offered 7 figures to last year. He went to the Notre Dame coaches just to let them know that school had reached out, and Notre Dame stepped up and helped him find some NIL opportunities that made it okay. Not that the player was hey, give me this, what Georgia's offered me, or I'm leaving. It wasn't even that, and they still found him the money. He wasn't going to go anywhere. He just was letting Notre Dame know kind of what was going on. And they said, okay, well, get us the offer and we'll take care of you. So if Jeremiah Love did that, that's what Notre Dame would do. Now, if he did it, there's a right and a wrong way to do it, right? If he went to them and said, hey, pay me this or I'm sitting out, I think they'd be like, Jadarian Price, Aeneas Williams, Kedron Young, Nolan James, Jabron Payne, I think we'll be okay. If that's how you're going to play, and you're going to try to come at us like that, no, that's not how we roll. Now, the good thing is Jeremiah Love and his family would never do that, because they're they understand how the process works to say, look, here's what we believe his value is. What are some opportunities that you guys can do for him to help him maximize, what his value is right now. And Notre Dame will take care of that. That's different than, hey, I think I'm worth this now because this guy over here now made this. And even though I agreed to this, I now want more. It's a different scenario. But what Notre Dame would do if he did it the right way was find him more money. And that's the thing about Tennessee is like, what's so dumb about all this is like, you overpaid for the kid when he'd never done a thing. Why not overpay for him now that he's actually played? He hasn't played great, but he's played well enough and hard enough to say, well, if you thought he was worth this as a high school kid, you don't think he's worth more now as a guy that's a proven commodity? I don't care what his stats were. He was an okay quarterback last year. That's it. But it's like you already set the standard that you would pay him $2.5 million a year based off nothing except high school film. Why would he not think he can come to you and ask for more now that he's actually led you to the playoffs last year? A kid from freaking Tulane went to Duke and get more money than him. Like, I'd probably do that too, but you set that standard by what you paid him before. Don't be shocked when he comes in and does it now. But here's the difference between Nico and Jeremiah Love also. Jeremiah Love turned down bigger offers like the one Nico got, not numbers-wise, but like for 3 years and that, not $8 million. But I'm saying he turned down offers that were like, we'll pay you X amount for 3 years to come to Notre Dame for less money. Because it was more than just money for him. Now, if Notre Dame offered him nothing, I don't know that he'd have come because that'd be stupid. You know what I mean? Like, well, you don't want to play by the rules that are there. So I'm not asking you for anything illegal. This is the rules now, and you don't want to give me anything? That tells me what you think about me. Notre Dame gave him a package that they were comfortable with, so he turned down more money from other schools, and that happened last offseason as well. Another SEC school last summer, not Georgia, offered him a big deal that was much more than he was making to Notre Dame, and Notre Dame did enough to make them comfortable. And I would assume that happened again this summer. I don't know about this summer or this offseason, but Notre Dame has done that where they'll take care of kids because they know that the kids that they have are there for the right reasons. And so you do it legally, but the way that they went about the whole process with Nico was stupid and inevitably set up an opportunity where if he ever played well, you were going to have to give him more money. And that's why I have no sympathy for Tennessee. You did this to yourself. You offered a high school kid who had never done anything for your program $8 million over 3 years because of what he did on a high school football field. And you're shocked that after he led his team to the college football playoffs, that you're shocked that he's asking for more money and you're appalled by the idea that he would want more money. He's got a lot more reason to want more money now than he did when you gave it to him out of high school. And when you get a kid to come to you only because you offered him the most amount of money, don't be shocked when you have to offer him the most amount of money to get him to stay there. It's like what Sean had that great line yesterday. What was it, Trev? It was like
you lose him the same way you get him.
Yes, exactly. It was a great. Like Sean was on one yesterday. Like you said that after the show. Like, dude, you were. Like, did you read some like? Some
I told him yesterday after
the thing or something. Like you were on one yesterday.
After the show yesterday, I was like, dude, Sean, you were spitting. You're talking about crystallizing and conceptualizing and dropping some good one-liners. But yeah, Dan, I'm with you. Look, I'll say this. Another reason why I think if Jeremiah Love went to Notre Dame's admin and asked for this is, yes, they would absolutely pay him because unlike Nico, Jeremiah Love is a proven commodity. You know what you're going to get from Jeremiah Love in 2025. I don't know what I'm going to get from Nico in 2025.
Well, I think Nico's proven to a degree. It's like, to me, the provenness is I'm not paying you that much money because you haven't performed at that level. Jeremiah has. I'd say he's proven, Trev. I'd kind of push back on that because he's proven. He's proven that he's not an elite quarterback. That's what he's proven. Right. So that I think maybe is maybe a kind of where you were going. He hasn't proven that he's an elite player yet. Jeremiah has. That I could say I'm with you on. But if you paid Jeremiah $2 million a year out of high school and now he's more proven or he's playing for you, you're going to be shocked if he wants more now that he's established himself. Like, that's my whole point. You brought this on yourself. Here's an interesting question, Trev. Jason Smith said, if a player comes to you and tells you a team is tampering and offered them X amount, does the coach of the player ever make a call to the head coach of the tampering team? That has happened before. And I was told that this happened with a head coach of another team who used to coach at Notre Dame as a head coach, who was trying to call players in the current team and was told sternly, this better stop. And it did. So this happens. It doesn't happen often because you don't want to, just in general in college football, you don't want to tattle on someone for doing what you're also doing. So, you just you try to have that conversation. And if they tell you to go stick it where the sun don't shine, there's not a lot you can do because you're doing the same thing to somebody else's player. So that's kind of how that works a little bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Coach Bent 574, you were named head coach in an elite Power 4 team and can tailor your roster to your ideal offense and defensive systems. Who do you hire as your OC and DC? No Notre Dame assistants from the last 5 years and no demoting current Power 4 head coaches.
I don't get the obsession with these types of questions. Like we get asked, and I mean, I don't know. If I was honestly, who I really like as an OC who's off. If I can't have Mike Denbrock, I really like what Will Stein does at Oregon schematically. Like I really like what he does. Give me him and a really good O-line coach, and that'd be a fun offense to watch. Because if I'm the head coach, I'm going to say we need to run the ball a little bit more. But he's got some great concepts. I really enjoy him as an offensive coach. Defensive coordinator, can't use a current Notre Dame coach. I can't demote someone. Where's he? Did he go to? Is he Joe Rossi's a guy that I've always liked quite a bit. He does some really good things at Michigan State. Or he did some really good things at Minnesota. He'd be on my list. I'd have to think about the D coordinator one a little bit because a lot of the D coordinators I like are now head coaches. They've got head coach jobs. So I'd have to think about that one a little bit. Like Mike McDonald a few years ago would have been a guy on my list, and Jesse Minter did some really good things at Michigan. Obviously got a little bit of help from your boy Connor Stallions, but still did some good things. So I'd have to think about that one a little bit. But just the first one that pops in my head is Joe Rossi's kind of the first one that pops in my head.
I mean, who would I hire? I mean,
just go with Will Stein and Joe Rossi. That'll work.
Yeah.
Who I would reach out to see if I could convince him. I would reach out to Danton Lynn at USC. If I couldn't have any Notre Dame guys, right? So I can't have Mike Mickens, I can't have Chris Ash or Al Washington or Max Bulla. I got to hire. I'll tell you, man, I like what Danton Lynn's doing at USC defensively. I'd at least want to have a conversation with him. He's an up and comer.
Yeah,
I'd be curious about that one.
Bobby S. Over under 1.5 public 26 commits before Tiki Hola's commitment on May 10th. Any positions or names that could be in decision mode?
Again, that's a more of a message board. The positions or names that could be in a decision mode. I'll have something this weekend on the board with who I think are the next in line to potentially make a decision. But one of the things that happened while we were on the show, and if you are on the premium board, you're not surprised by this, but Javion Osborne announced that he's going to be making a decision on May 3rd between Notre Dame and Michigan. And I think last week I put up the intel piece saying he's planning right now to take officials, but I don't expect him to actually wait that long. This is intel that you would have already known was likely a week ago. So those type of things are public. So now there is that. But I'll say this, over under 1.5 public commitments before Tiki Hole on May 10th. Over. And I would even probably go over if you said 2.5. So I will say that. I won't get into who. That's more of a message board question. But I will have something up this weekend about who are the next in line guys to make decisions. All right, let's go here.
I am Tenzin. What was your most miserable game? Could be biggest loss, closest loss, what time of the year you lost, the worst weather, or other reason.
There's most miserable games. 1993 Notre Dame Boston College. I still just might get sick to my stomach thinking about that game because Notre Dame wins a title that year if they don't lose to Boston College. It was a week after they beat Florida State. It was the last game of the regular season. That's still probably for me. A couple others that are close. I was at the 2011 Notre Dame Michigan game when Jeremy Gallen hit that wheel route and they beat Gary Gray for a touchdown. Like, that was a pretty disgusting because you're up 24-7. The big house is silent and you let them come back in that game. Tommy drops back to throw, ball flies out of his hand, fumble. I mean, it's just, oh my gosh. There was a play. He threw a comeback route to Michael Floyd. Tyler Eifert's just screaming down the field, wide open on a seam. And just, that's a game they should have blown Michigan out that game. They were on the verge of blowing Michigan out. And Bob Diaco made the brilliant decision to not play Stephon Tuitt and Aaron Lynch because they weren't experienced enough against Denard Robinson, despite the fact they were your two best athletes on the D-line chasing the most dynamic quarterback in college football that season. Brilliant idea. For a guy who otherwise did some really good things as D coordinator, that was one of his dumb decisions. That was a rough game. And then the first game I ever attended in Notre Dame Stadium was 2007 Notre Dame against USC. That was pretty brutal. The worst game I've ever watched on TV, the most excruciating, just bad game I've ever seen on TV was probably either 2007 Georgia Tech or 2008 Boston College when B.J. Raji just destroyed the Notre Dame offensive line for 60 minutes. Those were all really bad. But 93 BC is still the heartbreaker for me, man. Just most miserable game. Just like what? Because and they jumped out to a big lead, so just like you've got this sick feeling this whole game, like, oh my gosh, and then they finally come back and take a lead, and you're like, finally we figured it out. We got a lead. We're good. And then they give up that field goal to David Gordon. Pete Bursich drops an interception on that drive. That was rough.
Yeah, I think I might have an answer. His biggest loss, worst one was that I've watched 2017 Miami. That still remains to this day the one and only Notre Dame game I've ever turned off. Like even in bad losses, I watch it to the end. And that one, I think it was the third quarter. I was just like, there's actually no point to watch this. Wow. Like there's no reason for me to continue to watch whatever foulness was happening on TV that day. The closest loss that I felt the most miserable about was the Notre Dame USC game in 2005, the Bush push, because you had it ripped away from you. You know, like you felt like, especially watching it on TV, you felt like you had won. And then they go back and the ball goes out of bounds. They reset the clock. Reggie Bush assists a runner, which was not legal at that time. And then Notre Dame goes on to lose. Time of the year, when Notre Dame lost to Stanford in 2015, they win that game. I think they're well in the playoff hunt. They end the regular season 11-1, and they couldn't pull it off, even though Deshaun Kaiser scored with 45 seconds left. And then the worst weather game was 2016 NC State. That was just terrible to watch. Yeah. Like,
I was at the 07 Duke Notre Dame game, which was pretty miserable. It was like in the high 30s, so warm enough to not freeze and snow, but cold enough to make it miserable when that rain hit you.
Yeah.
But I can't say that was a bad game because I've said this before. That was the day I knew I was going to marry Angela.
Hey.
It was 5 minutes left in the game. She's not a football fan, and it's rainy, it's wet, it's just miserable. I look over to her. They just scored to go up 28-7. I said, you ready to go? And she looks at me. She goes, what are you, nuts? There's still 5 minutes left in the game. And I was like, I'm going to marry this girl.
That's awesome.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal. She's the one. It's actually a true story. And then I proposed to her that December.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it was a miserable weather, but that was still pretty awesome experience. First game she and I have ever been to. Now we've been to a bunch of games since then because she's my photographer, so she goes to all those. But yeah, that was a rough one, weather wise, but it ended up being a great day, very great day.
That's awesome. Andy, it just means more. True or false? If Notre Dame's offensive line is in the top 3 for the Joe Moore Award, the Notre Dame starting quarterback will be in the top 5 for the Heisman.
No, I don't think those two things go together. Because if they're a top 3 for the Joe Moore Award, I'd say there's a better case that Notre Dame's starting running back might be in the Joe Moore Award conversation. Look, even if the offensive line is elite, I don't think they're going to throw enough this year for a quarterback to be in the Heisman consideration this year. I think it's going to be more so like, hey, he had a great year and threw for 3,400 yards and 29 touchdowns and 8 picks and showed a lot of potential and promise, but your star is still number 4.
Yeah.
I think it'd be more like that would make me think that would be true. So, but I'll say this, if Notre Dame's offensive line finishes in the top 3 for the Joe Moore Award and earned, like it was legitimate, because I've seen some teams be finalists for the Joe Moore Award, and I'm like, that's not one of the 3 best lines of college football. But if they're there because they are genuinely one of the 3 best lines of college football, this offense is going to be really good.
Yeah.
Really good. That I have no doubt. I just don't know that the quarterback's going to go out there and average 300 yards a game for 12 games and get into the Heisman consideration that way. I just don't think that's going to be. Because think about this. If Notre Dame's quarterback averaged 300 yards a game for regular season, that's 3,600 yards. That's a lot, but that's not necessarily top 5 Heisman Trophy because just the nature of the offense, other teams' quarterbacks are throwing for over 4,000 and things like that. And that's all. It's like, it's just doesn't mean he might not be better than others. I just think if that's the case, I think it's Notre Dame's going to be rushing for like 230 a game, and Jeremiah loves getting those kind of numbers that Trev and I were talking about on Wednesday. He would need to be in that conversation. Or
if a quarterback is ending the regular season with 3,500 passing yards, they also have like 1,000 rushing yards. If they're top 5 in Heisman,
but
which
none of their guys have that ability.
Exactly.
I will say this: if this ends up being true, that Notre Dame finishes in the top 3 for the Joe Moore Award, and they have a quarterback in the top 5 for the Heisman Trophy, they will win a championship. Like, yeah, I don't know how you beat that team.
Right. Ballpeen Shillelagh. Riley Leonard was projecting like a high draft pick before his injury at Duke. Regardless of when he goes in the draft, do you think he has the potential to be a starter eventually?
Yes, eventually, yes. There's a lot of work that Riley needs when it comes to processing and footwork and all the things that we critiqued all year. He doesn't throw with great anticipation. He doesn't process through reads as well as I would like to see him. His footwork is very inconsistent, and his accuracy comes and goes. Those things have to get fixed if he's going to be an effective starting quarterback. But they're all things that I think he can fix. And a lot of quarterbacks, when they get to the NFL, they're a finished product. Riley is one of those guys who's not a finished product from a throwing standpoint. A lot of it because of the injuries he dealt with that impacted him really for 2 seasons. Because he couldn't really spend the offseason to enhance those areas where he needed improvement because he had no offseason. So I think it's possible, sure.
Yeah, based on some of the starting quarterbacks that I've seen over the last couple seasons in the NFL, I would say he definitely has the potential. Look, man, I live in Indianapolis. I watched their starting quarterback this year tap out of a game because he was tired. Like
I still can't believe that.
Crazy. Like I watched Daniel Jones get like a $160 million extension after throwing for 20 touchdowns. Look, anything is possible. I'll say that. And so I definitely think he has the potential to be. Regardless, I think that he is going to make a lot of money in the NFL as a backup because he's somebody that can come off the bench, and just because of his raw physical tools and his mentality about just being a winner, like he can come in and get you out of any game if he needs to. Riley Leonard's that guy where if the offensive coordinator that day says, look, man, the weather's crappy outside and I need you to run the ball 19 times today. Now he's okay, coach. Like that, he strikes me as that kind of player. So, yeah. I'm excited for him. Shane Wasson, what are your thoughts on Oklahoma State holding a 3-day concert this weekend for NIL?
Two responses to that. Two thoughts on that. Number one is, under the current rules, go for it. I mean, you've got to do things to raise money. So go for it. My second thought is, that's not NIL. Like, what? Like, I have a problem with things where we use words to describe things that just don't make any sense. That's why I always make fun of the Big Ten for calling themselves the Big Ten, because they have 18 freaking teams in your league. You know, they haven't had 10 teams in their league since like 1990, 91. It's dumb. You know, it's just dumb. I hate when we use words to describe things that don't describe that word. It's like, that's stupid, because words have meaning. And you just can't call yourself something because you feel like you're that thing or that kind of thing. And then, no, because words have meaning. That's not what that means. And name, image, and likeness. What about name, image, and likeness does a concert that a school is having to raise money for players, that has nothing to do with name, image, and likeness? Like, here's what I would do if I was the commissioner of football and I can make whatever rule I wanted to do. I would say, here's the rev share that we are distributing to every program in the country to split this way between your sports. Ideally, if I could do it to where only football and basketball got the money, I would do that, because I don't think you should get a cut of the revenue if you're a sport. Imagine this, Trev, that doesn't generate revenue. It's stupid. But anyway, but say, look, this is the cap. Every player gets this amount of money. Your $20.5 million gets split up amongst everyone on scholarship. The scholarship players get this amount of money. Your walk-ons get this amount of money. If you don't meet the number of scholarship players or walk-ons, then you only get X amount. Like, it would be prorated based on how many players you have on your roster when at whatever time that money's distributed. And you only get amount that goes right to the players. I'm not even giving it to you. We're going to give it to the players. You give me a roster, and we'll make sure the players get their money. And then NIL, no caps. This idea that you're going to cap NIL is stupid. But make NIL, meaning if I want to pay a player from Notre Dame to do commercials for Irish Breakdown, I then pay him what I think that's worth, and then he can either agree to do it or not to do it. If, I'm trying to think, Gurley Leap is one of the local car dealerships. It's where Ange and I bought our car, right? Beep, beep, Gurley Leap. If they want to pay CJ Carr, Kenny Minchie, whoever the starting quarterback is, $50,000, $100,000 to be a spokesman, we want you to shoot during the offseason, shoot a couple commercials. We want you to do some meet and greets, X number of meet and greets throughout the year. You agree to that, we'll pay you $500,000. Fine. If they think it's worth it to them to pay that kind of money to the starting quarterback at Notre Dame, then that's their business. The NCAA should have no say on that. The only say the NCAA should have is, dude, you have to do something. They can't just give you money for nothing. They can't just pay you to go there. That's not NIL. So stop calling it NIL. But the problem the NCAA has, and this is why they're stupid, is they want to put caps on NIL and then say who can or can't be part of NIL. No, if you get money from someone, there has to be an exchange of goods and services. Like, that's what it is. That is what NIL is. I'll pay you $1 million and you're going to cut some commercials for me. That's NIL. The Notre Dame women's basketball team was it an All-State commercial? That's NIL. You paid them money. They appeared in a commercial. That's NIL. You shouldn't put caps on that. The only cap is what people are willing to pay. That's how it should be. But of course, the NCAA is too stupid to think they're just so dumb. But I'm so tired of this. This is what you're talking about, Shane, has nothing to do with NIL. It's not even remotely close to NIL. But Oklahoma State should do it, because what we call NIL is not really NIL. So if they're going to treat this as NIL, then we're going to do this because we need to make money so we can pay our football players. Like, okay, whatever. Then that's what we'll do. But it's not NIL. Like, can we at least, let's just call it what it is. Like, look, we have a salary that we got. We have a salary cap. We have a salary we have to pay our team. Stop calling it NIL because it's not NIL. Right? I mean, NIL is, look, Caleb Williams is on a Dr. Pepper commercial. That's NIL. You're paying him X amount of dollars to be in one of your commercials because you think having him on your commercials is going to bring value to your product. That's NIL. And they could pay him whatever the heck they want. If the VP of whatever marketing is, or the president of marketing sales or the whatever is a USC grad that wants to pay this amount of money to get some high school recruit to come pay for them, but the agreement is that kid has to be on 8 commercials and 8 then there needs, and that fine, then they want to give him that kind of money, then they can give him that kind of money. I think that's bad business if you don't think you're actually going to get somewhat of a return on that, but whatever. Hey, we're a sponsor of the University of Notre Dame. So if Notre Dame wins, that's good for us. So we're going to pay money for them to get this 5-star recruit, but he has to come on some of our commercials. He has to do the speaking engagement. He has to come to our big sales event and do meet and greets and shake hands. And if you think that's worth paying him $2 million to come to Notre Dame because your value of your company goes up if Notre Dame wins, then there's that's name, image, and likeness, though, because he's doing something in return for the money you're giving him. And you're making a business decision that kid can help this football team win. And then as long as he's providing some sort of services for us, speaking to this, doing this, we'll pay that money, then God bless him. God bless America. Pay him his money. That's my thing is that's NIL. That's NIL. And there should be no cap on that. The cap is whatever people are willing to pay. There just has to be an exchange of services. We'll pay you money. You do this for our company. That's what it should be, in my opinion. But this right here, that's not NIL. Should Oklahoma State do it? Heck yes, they should, because what the rules allow them to do it. So go for it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's more of a fundraiser event than it is NIL, like in its definition. But yeah, I view NIL a lot like uncapped commission for like a sales job. You're doing something, you're helping grow a book of business for whoever, and so they compensate you for it. I don't think NIL should be capped. So I'm with you.
That's one of the, it's just like you want to put caps on NIL. This is what got you morons into this situation in the first place. Do you know why they want to put caps on NIL? There's one reason and one reason only. Because they don't want the people to give them money giving all their money to players. That's the only reason they want to put a cap on NIL.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's the same stupidity and greed that got you into this situation in the first place, you morons. That's what's funny. It's like, I am so anti-NCAA, but the things being done where they just lose every lawsuit is dumb because they're not always in the wrong. It's just like, when you have to make me defend the NCAA, you're really effed up. Ugh. Let's talk football.
Love it. Andrew Gilmore, looking back at Denbrock's career as an offensive coordinator the last 10 years, his quarterbacks were running quarterbacks.
Okay. I think the pushback I would make is that's how it's worked out. That's not always necessarily what he ideally wants. I hear this a lot, that Kenny Minchey should start because Denbrock's offense works best with mobile quarterbacks. Well, that's all you've ever seen. And I'll point this out too. Desmond, the best year that Desmond Ridder had at Cincinnati was the year he ran the least. Right? He had 572, 650, 592 his first 3 years at Cincinnati. And he passed for 24, 21, and 22. They were good. But the year that they went to the college football playoffs, he passed for 3,300 yards, 30 touchdowns, only ran for 365 in 14 games and 6 touchdowns. Right? I mean, Mike Denbrock's primary goal was he wants a guy that can drop back and throw the football. Within that, would he like a guy that can run as well? Everybody would. But it's the throwing part that has been and always will be primary, because you got to think about too, Mike Denbrock has always walked into situations as offensive coordinator with a roster already established. And I also would not call Everett Golson a running quarterback. I would call Everett Golson an athletic quarterback, but he wasn't a running quarterback. He could run, but they weren't calling a ton of design runs for Everett Golson. They did a lot more of that with Malik and Deshaun than they did with Everett.
My one frustration is whenever a quarterback shows a shred of athleticism and the ability to use his legs, he is automatically a mobile quarterback.
Or a running quarterback.
Yes.
Right.
Like you know who I think is a running quarterback? Keenan Reynolds when he played at Navy. That's a running quarterback.
Riley
Bryson
Leonard.
Daly. Riley Leonard is a running quarterback. But just because you have the athletic ability to make plays with your legs, like I view Desmond Ridder athletically like pretty similar to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow racked up a lot of rushing yards during his time at LSU. But people don't call Joe Burrow a running quarterback. I think there's more reasons than just style of play that factor into that. But it's Mike Denbrock has always shown the other commonality in his 10 years as an offensive coordinator, with the argument being outside of his time at Cincinnati, is all of his quarterbacks had a great ability to push the ball down the field vertically. Yes, Jaden Daniels was really fast and an exciting runner. Dude threw a heck of a ball. Everett Golson and Malik Zaire back-to-back had some of the two of the livest arms I've seen at Notre Dame.
Very different players.
Yeah. Just because somebody has the ability to run doesn't make them a mobile quarterback. Because if that were the case, then Mike Denbrock's offense should be the triple option. And
they also wouldn't have recruited Noah Grubbs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nor would he be as I'll keep that one to myself.
ND, it just means more. What % chance do you give Florida State's Thomas Castellanos, Pitt's Eli Holstein to both be better quarterbacks for their teams in 2025 than Miami's Carson Beck?
I'm going to go 60%, and the reason why is because I don't think Carson Beck's going to be the starting quarterback all year for Miami. I don't think people are talking enough about the elbow injury he suffered last year against Texas. Like, that's one of my biggest concerns with Carson Beck. So I don't know that he's going to play a whole year, and it's hard for him to be better if they're not playing a whole year. I also my reason is right now Miami doesn't have a receiving core that's overly it's okay, it's solid, but it's not overly impressive. This could change if Miami goes out there in the portal, in the spring portal, and lands a couple stud pass catchers. Then my opinion might change a little bit. But as of right now, it's a solid receiving core, but that's it. It's a solid backfield, but it's not special. If they all of a sudden go out there and get a stud running back and a couple stud pass catchers, or maybe a tight end and a receiver or two receivers to give him, then sure, my opinion will change a little bit. But I like Castellanos is a very dynamic run throw guy that's already he's a running quarterback. Like, yeah, he's a running quarterback. You know, he fits Gus Malzahn's offense very well. Eli Holstein is a guy that I thought was pretty good last year until he got hurt. And you saw what happened to Pitt when he got hurt. They were a different team. The only thing that gives me pause on my view is it's not a given that Castellanos is going to start for Florida State from what I've read. You know, Brock Glenn's giving him a run, and then they've got another kid that's battling for the job too. But I think Castellanos is going to win the job, but I don't think it's a given yet. And so obviously that could change the still. So even if you take away that I'm not high on Carson Beck, I just think that the fact that he won't have as good of a supporting cast, he's not a runner, so like he can't overcome that like Castellanos can. I think Castellanos is going to have a pretty good supporting cast if he's going to be the starter. They got a couple, Squirrel White and Deuce Robinson, transferring in. He's going to have some players around him. Eli Holstein has some good players around him, but he's going into year 2 in the system. And, Carson Beck, not great weapons. He's going to miss a lot of the offseason because of his injury, and I don't know how healthy he's going to be. So those are all reasons why I'm not as high on Carson Beck as others. Forget the fact that I just don't think he's as good as people make him out to be. Just those reasons alone don't give me a lot of optimism he's going to perform better than those other quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think between the two quarterbacks listed, I think Eli Holstein has a better opportunity to do it than what Castellanos has. I think he's a dynamic runner. He has not really impressed me as a thrower, if I'm being 100% honest with you. Some of that could be offensive fit, but
Who's that?
Thomas Castellanos.
Oh, he's not much of a thrower.
Yeah.
But in the Gus Malzahn offense, he doesn't care about that, which is kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's like he doesn't care as much about that.
Yep.
I think whatever throwing ability he can do will fit that system. But like he's being asked to run Gus's offense.
Sure.
Which if he runs for 1,000 yards, that's exactly what Gus wants in his offense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then with Eli Holstein, it's another question of if he can stay healthy. When he's healthy, I mean, he had a very promising season last year. He's young. So he's somebody that is interesting to watch. But all the points brought up about Carson Beck are valid, man. I don't know if he's going to come back healthy. I don't view him as an elite quarterback like what some other people do. So I think there's a good percent chance. I think Eli Holstein has a better chance to be than what Castellanos does, but it's going to be relative because out of the three, Castellanos is he's the outlier. He doesn't play similar to what Holstein and Beck do. So, yep.
This is an interesting one right here.
DMND13, if Notre Dame doesn't win the national championship this year, what team would you want to win it? Out of the realistic teams with a chance, I would want a northern school again and obviously a non-SEC team.
Yeah, I don't know that this year I'd want a northern team to win it.
Okay.
Because now all of a sudden you start falling further behind. That doesn't mean I want an SEC team to win it. I would want a non-SEC team to win. I would want a non-Oregon to win, because if Oregon ever took that jump, they'd be a nightmare on the recruiting trail if they went out and won a title. They've never won anything meaningful ever, and they're a really good recruiting operation. If they won a title, yeah, you don't want to recruit against that. So, I'd say I don't want Texas to win, because then they become a really hard team to recruit against down in the Southwest. Man, that's a tough one. I'd almost kind of want an ACC team to win it, because that would give some credibility to that league that I think would benefit that league staying reputable. And I don't know. I'd probably go Clemson. I like Dabo. And Notre Dame will never recruit a ton against Clemson, even when they're good. I'd probably go Clemson. Probably go Clemson. There's just not a lot of teams I'd want to win it. I'd have to think about some coaches I really like, but what northern team, I don't want Penn State to win it. I don't want Ohio State to win another one. I don't want Michigan to win another one. It's then all of a sudden Illinois win one. You want to fall behind Illinois? You know what I mean? I don't know that there's that team. And I don't want to get unrealistic. Hey, I'm from the state of Virginia. I'd love to see Virginia win one. You want to see Tony Elliott win a title before Marcus Freeman? That sounds like that's a good question, man. I'd probably go Clemson. They're kind of, they're already been a power, so they're already recruiting well. It's a program I respect. It's a program Notre Dame plays coming up in season, so you'd be able to kind of go toe to toe against one of those teams on the field. I'd probably go Clemson and not feel great about it, but I'm not rooting for Florida State to win a title or Miami to win a title. I don't think Louisville's realistic. I don't want SMU to win one before. I don't know who you'd want to give. So I'll probably go Clemson. Would probably be my answer to that one.
I would say a team in the South. I like the competitive landscape of all parts of the country being pretty relevant in college football. Look, I'm not saying it's an SEC team. If there was going to be one, because we're starting to see this trend of former, teams that are regarded as blue bloods winning recently. Michigan went and did it. Ohio State did it last season. I honestly wouldn't, from a recruiting standpoint, I get, but I wouldn't mind if Texas won one, because they've been trying to come back for so long. And I like seeing top tier programs be top tier programs. If I'm being honest with you, I think it's just good for college football as a whole. My only reason for not wanting Clemson to win one is I don't want to see another season of Clemson beating opponents by 20. And in his post-game national championship interview, Dabo doing the all shucks thing again, because that kills me every time. They win a national championship in 2018 and don't play a single close game. And he's like, man, just nobody believed in us. And who would have thought we would have got here? Man, not me, not by the grace of God. And it's you started the season ranked number 1, bud. Everybody thought you were going to be there. That is my one thing. Literally not for anything else. We're talking about the guy that picked Clemson to win the ACC this past year.
I get it.
But just, man, if you're going to win it, go win it, man. It's hey,
right.
We thought we were the best thing. He's oh, man, who would have thought, huh? Who'd have thunk it?
I get it. I do get that. I do get that. That's fair. That's very fair.
Kills me.
That's very fair. Oh, that's funny. I answered this question. What would I set the over-under for public commitments in Indy? I'd say 2.5, and I'd take the over.
Ballpeen Shillelagh, how much might perceived offensive line play factor into the quarterback decision, or would each struggle about the same if, for example, pass pro doesn't get better?
Well, I think Steven or Kenny and CJ both, for different reasons, would thrive more under a bad offensive line. So I don't know that there's any circumstance outside the quarterback play. I mentioned the other day, like I think like Steve would be able to do some things to handle the pressure in certain ways, but is he going to handle a poor line as well as CJ or Kenny? No. Kenny, as a runner, his escapability, his arm strength and arm talent. CJ is a very mobile quarterback as well. He's not a runner, but he's a good athlete. He can spin out of the pocket. He can climb the pocket. He can step in and run. I think that, and they both have a really good feel in the pocket, much better feel in the pocket. CJ even more than Kenny. That's something that's got Kenny in trouble. That's got him in trouble in last year's spring game. As the pocket kind of collapsed, he didn't know what to do with the ball. He just kind of chucks it up, and Luke Towich picks it off. And that's just part of his evolution as a quarterback. But I think they both handle the pressure of a poor offensive line better than Steve does. If the offensive line plays well, then then you just make your quarterback decision based on who the best quarterback is. The only time the perceived offensive line would factor into the quarterback play is if it's going to struggle. And then who's better prepared to handle that issue? And I still think it's the two young guys, just because their athleticism and feel in the pocket. They just have a much better feel for the game, in my opinion, than what Steve has shown in games. That's where
I got a follow-up question for this one for you, Brian. Would you say that the depleted receiving core plays more of a part in this than what the offensive line does
for the spring?
Mm-hmm.
No, because as a quarterback's coach, what the receiving core does doesn't matter to me. I still know what decision you made. If that guy drops the ball, he drops the ball. But I can still have my quarterback drop back, go through his read, and get the ball out.
Fair.
If the receiver doesn't get open, when the offensive line struggles, like I couldn't even see my quarterbacks go through reads. I couldn't even get them to go through the process. Who processed better? I don't know. They kept running for their lives. They didn't have a chance to process. So it's a fair question, but I can still learn a lot about the quarterbacks. What I also learned is I need to go to the portal and get some receivers, if that were the case. Like, let's say they didn't have Malachi Fields coming in and they didn't have Will Pauling was at 100% and struggling, and Jordan Faison decided he was just going to retire from football and play lacrosse, which was the reality of the scrimmage we watched on Saturday, then I'd say you better go to the portal and get a receiver. I would absolutely say that. But they have Malachi Fields coming in. Yeah. You are going to have Jordan Faison, who you didn't have on Saturday. You're going to focus on Jaden Greathouse more, which they did not try to do on Saturday. And you're going to have a Will Pauling more prepared and healthy and ready to go in the fall.
Yeah.
But I can still watch my quarterback go through his reads, go through the process, get the ball out, and if the receiver doesn't get open, he doesn't get open. If he doesn't get separation, he doesn't get separation. You did the read. You read the read. You got the ball out. You threw it accurately, and you elevated guys to a certain degree. Like there were a couple throws last year that CJ and Kenny both made, but especially CJ, where it's like that guy wasn't really open. He just put that sucker right where only he had a shot to catch it.
Sure.
And he had a couple throws. Kenny and CJ both had a couple throws like that in the Jersey scrimmage as well, where it's like that's just like that guy wasn't that open, but Kenny just heated that sucker up and got it in there, and I'm going to learn a lot more about that than I will when they're just running for their lives the whole game because they can't get comfortable. Yeah,
makes sense.
Good question.
PA Irish guy, from the start of his tenure to now, what area or areas have you seen the biggest growth from Marcus Freeman?
It's actually two. Number one is consistency, the understanding the need for a consistent message. It's very important. And number two, I think a big reason is I think Marcus Freeman, the more he's been at Notre Dame, is more and more comfortable in his own skin. Meaning a lot of times when you're a new coach, you're sometimes you rely on your mentors hey, Coach Tressel did this, or Coach Holtz did this, or when I coached for Luke Fickell, he did this in this situation. And so you lean on that. And it may not be your personality. And I remember like the first year where Marcus was like very stoic on the sidelines. He just showed no emotion. And because I think he felt he needed to be, it's like you ever, like, if you follow politics, you're like, well, that's not presidential. Well, what does that mean? It's this, well, you have to do this. And yet, like, that's not head coachly. You have to do this and you have to be stoic. And there's some coaches. And then now you look at Marcus Freeman and he's a maniac on the sidelines now. I mean, he's just intense. Because that's who he is. And eventually he's like, F it. I'm just going to be myself. And so I think he's gotten a lot more comfortable, like, do it your way. Now, that doesn't mean you don't take lessons from your mentors. If you don't think that you can learn something from Jen Tressel or Lou Holtz or people like that, then you're in the wrong line of work because you're not as smart as you think you are. But what he's learned is take the lessons from them, but then apply it in a way that fits me and my program. And I've said this about like scheme. I'd go to these coaches clinics and these coaches would just write down what these guys are doing. And then they would just try to take that play back. When I would talk, I said, okay, well, why do you have the break it that way? Well, because we got this real fast kid and he was kind of getting out of his break sooner. And so we stretched the route. And so we felt the timing wasn't there. So we'd push it to 15. And I said, well, we can't do that because our receivers are running 4.7s. And my quarterback can't throw a 15-yard corner where a guy breaks at 15. So then I got to do a little bit differently. So do I got to then, maybe do like a little pivot route with my hitch instead of a hitch? Because if I just run a hitch on this corner route or the slot fade, that corner can play back because he knows my quarterback can't throw the ball as far. So we don't. Okay, well, then I got to do something different with my combo as part of that corner route that this coach doesn't have to worry about because he has the players to do something differently. You got to apply it to what works for your personnel. And I think that's been the biggest thing from Coach Freeman is he takes the lessons from his own losses and mistakes, but then also the lessons from his mentors. And he's a lot better at applying it in a way that fits his style and what he believes in through his experiences, because he had no experiences to rely on when he first became head coach. I mean, you have theory of this is what I would do when I become a head coach, but you never know till you get there. And I think that's one of the biggest things is just being more comfortable in his own skin. And like, dude, be yourself. If you're someone who's intense on the sidelines and wants to get on refs, then get on refs. I don't care if some coach or some person that you respect doesn't do that. That's what works for them. You got to be you. And I think he's a lot better at that. A lot better at that.
Yeah, and I think all those things feed into my only point to add to that. And he's just a much more confident game day coach. We're talking about a guy in 2023 that ran 10 guys out of a huddle off of a timeout,
And didn't correct the mistake after the first play that fell incomplete. Yeah.
And then you fast forward to the Sugar Bowl where he himself, the players credited, like drew up this play where he knew the rules and him and his staff around him knew the rules of if the long snapper doesn't put his hand on the ball, it doesn't count as the start of the play. So they ran out there, punt formation, ran the offense back out there. And he was very confident about it the entire time. Like he is it feels like he has much more command of what goes on. Whereas in 22, there were times where it kind of felt like he was a little bit of the passenger. I mean, you got to think, Marcus Freeman was a head coach in 2022. Tommy Rees had been there like 3 times as long as what Marcus Freeman had been. I'm not saying that Tommy Rees was the one dictating what happened. Marcus Freeman was still the head coach, but it felt like he was a lot more of like kind of the passenger of some things that were going on. And then in 2024, it felt like, this is happening because Coach Freeman decided that this is what was going to happen. It's been awesome to watch, man.
And there was still even some evolution of what he was doing this year. There were still things he had to learn and improve upon this year. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. But like it was said before, he just doesn't make the same mistake twice. Like the way he was before the A&M game, he wouldn't have done that in 2022. Because he felt like I have to be this. My team needs me. No, your team needs you to be yourself. They need you to be disciplined. They need you to be smart. They need you to be heady. But that doesn't mean you can't be emotional. You're a freaking former Big Ten middle linebacker. Like, it's okay to be yourself. And I think he's gotten a lot more comfortable doing that.
Question from Crash This Train. Any advice on how to get over my PTSD in regards to the Dunham commitment, having flashbacks to Keon Keeley and Scott?
Well, there have been a lot more players that have stuck to their commitments, including highly ranked players, than have not stuck to their commitment, number one. Number two, this is a general life lesson on top of a recruiting lesson. Worry about the things that you can control and don't worry about the things that you can't. Don't spend a second being fearful or nervous or anxious about something you have no control over. It's like I said, it's control the controllables, man. And I didn't invent this. I'm sure I didn't invent this. I'm sure I heard it from someone, but it's something I've always believed. Control the controllables, man. Don't stress about the things that aren't. Like when our power went out, there was nothing I could do to control that. All I could control is, okay, what do? I got to go get the generator out. I got to make sure that this is okay. I got to make sure these things are turned off. So if the power comes back on and we have a surge so we don't blow something, I can control that. I can't control the power coming back on. I can't control the lines being down or the storms. I can control this. So here's what I can do to protect my family. Here's what I can do to take care of my house. So why am I stressing about things that I can't control? And so you have no say. Trev and I have no say on, what Rodney Dunham or anybody else is going to do. You have to have trust that the Notre Dame coaching staff has recruited kids of high character, that they've learned from their mistakes with past kids, and that that the product on the field is going to be such that they're not going to have to worry about this. Because if Keon Keeley was coming up in this 26th class, he's going to commit to Notre Dame and stay to Notre Dame. Why? Because Nick Saban's not at Alabama more, turning out first-round draft picks on the defensive line, and Notre Dame's coming off a year in which they went to the national championship. Right. But at the end of the day, it's just control the controllables, man. Just focus on the things that. And if he eventually leaves, he leaves. But there's no reason you can't enjoy the ride for now. Right. Like, if you think Marcus Freeman's not going to be the coach in 20 years at Notre Dame, it doesn't mean that you don't enjoy the next 19 because he may leave. It's like, dude, enjoy it while you have it. Who knows? So that's where I'd be. Just, man, he's in the class now and he's fired up now. Enjoy it. Right? Well, what if some big schools come after him? You mean like Georgia, who they beat? You know what I mean? Like, buddy, just enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy what they're doing right now. Because that kid may be 100% committed to Notre Dame, but if they go out there and go 2-10 this year, guess what? He ain't going to be 100% committed to Notre Dame anymore. You have no control of either one of those things. So control the controllables, man, and then you'll be good. Enjoy the ride, because it's a different world, right? It's a different world, man. And that's why why we've changed our recruiting coverage a little bit. I give intel, we still do some articles and do analysis, but like, we're just not going to cover the day-to-day of recruiting anymore, because it's just kind of like, so much of it means nothing. Kids say one thing one day, and then the next day it's like completely different. And it's just, this whole thing is just so it's like, you know what? We're not going to stress about that. Here's what I do know. Javion Osborne's a really good freaking running back. That's what I know.
Yep.
And this is the deal. Here's the evaluation of Ronnie Dunham. Is he going to sign with Notre Dame in December? He says he is. That's all I know. Let's talk about his game, because that we can control. That's what we know. And it's altered it. It has. But just trust. The one thing, trust that they are recruiting to the type of young men that get Notre Dame and will stay at Notre Dame. And Justin Scott never did. And that's why he didn't come to Notre Dame. Keon Keeley's a little bit of a different story, but the reason he went to Alabama, not a problem anymore, because now Notre Dame can pay.
Yeah.
In a way they couldn't back then. And now Nick Saban's not at Alabama anymore. So it's a different animal. But you're not alone, dude. I'm not coming down to you at all. You're not alone. There's a lot of people that way, and I get it. It's the passion that you have for the program that leads you to be watching our show right now and paying for memberships to the board. I love that passion. I'm not telling you not to be passionate, not to be. I'm saying stay excited. Just make it be positive. We spend as people, we spend so much time on negative energy. I've been that way for so much of my life, Trevor. Where I would look at a show we did and we'd get like 98.5% thumbs up, and I'd be like, why did we? Who put a thumbs down? Like why, dude? 98% of the people liked the show. Why are you stressing about the 1.5 that didn't? I was like that for a long. All these people like the work you did, and you're arguing with the one moron that wants to, call you name. Why? Because it was that negative energy that I was obsessed on. I'm trying not to be that way anymore, man. Here's what I can control. Rodney Dunham committed to Notre Dame. Let's enjoy it. And until that changes, why am I going to stress about what he may do? I don't know. So I can control what I can control, and I'm going to enjoy I'm not going to not enjoy the fact that they just landed Rodney Dunham because he may not sign. You don't know that he may not sign. So why lose out on the excitement of being on him? Like when we got on Trevor, man, that's a big one, boy. That was a big time. It wasn't, gee, I hope he doesn't flip. And I love that response. That's how it should be. Let's focus on the positives. I'm excited about what I know, what the team has right now. I'm excited about who's in the class right now. And somebody changes their mind, that's his advice.
That's how I live my life, man. I mean, I'm a big believer in just focus on the positives because there's more positives than negatives on the day-to-day.
Yeah.
I mean, on my wedding day, I wasn't like, God, I hope she doesn't leave me.
Right, exactly. But it's the same mentality, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like at a much more serious thing. But imagine that. Like, I don't know if I should go through with this. Why? Yeah. Well, what if she leaves me? Or, God forbid, what if she passes away? I mean, I don't want to deal with that heartache. So you're going to miss all the wonderful moments between now and that moment. It's like I didn't want to get Rita because I was still heartbroken over losing Brady. And I didn't want to have to deal with losing another dog. And now I look back, oh my gosh, if I would have missed out on all these amazing moments with Rita and Sadie because I didn't want to have to deal with the heartache again, I'm going to deal with heartache.
Yeah.
Might as well get the joy that comes in the meantime. That's a great analogy. Like, I'm not going to not marry Lauren because she might leave me someday. Like, because then you'll never be happy. You'll always be worried about the worst case scenarios. Like, prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. My thing is prepare for the best and enjoy the best. And then if you have to deal with something, then you hopefully have the mental fortitude and the character to handle that situation. But I mean, we have a tornado kit in our basement. But I don't walk around every day. Gee, I wonder if today's the day. We're prepared if that moment ever comes. We're prepared. But you know what? Today it's a beautiful day outside. I'm going to enjoy it.
Yeah. Like be prepared, not focused.
Right.
That's what I always like to say about the negatives. Like if something bad happens, be prepared for it because that's what you have to do as an adult. I don't wake up every day like, oh, God, what if they shut off our power? Oh, God, what if I crash my car? Like,
right.
Yep. Question from Conrad. Do you think Utah will take a step forward this year in the Big 12 or perform about the same? Is Kyle Whittingham on the hot seat?
So we kind of addressed the Whittingham thing earlier, but, Utah this year, Trev, I don't know, man. I don't know that it's hard to kind of evaluate Utah a little bit, in my opinion, because they had so many injuries last year and there was so much chaos and all these different things. But here's what I know about Utah that leads me to believe they've got a shot to kind of bounce back this year. Number one, well, I don't know if you see that, but they got a lot of linemen coming back. Mm-hmm. In Kyle Whittingham's history, when he's had veteran offensive, defensive lines, they've been pretty good. That I do know. And then the other thing is they got a kid out of the portal at quarterback that is electric. They got that Dampier kid from New Mexico who passed for he passed for 2,700 yards, 12 touchdowns, 12 picks, right? Not great. But he ran for 1,166 yards and 19 touchdowns. Like he gives them sort of that dynamic element that's going to allow them to run an offense that doesn't require them to be as precise as they needed to be with Andy Ludwig, which is why when they lost Cameron Rising, they failed because they didn't have that quarterback that could kind of come in and do some of the things that he could do. This is a kid where it doesn't always have to be perfect. This is a kid that you don't always have to be spot on. He's going to have some throws that are not pretty, but he is going to be electric. He's going to make plays. He's going to keep you in games. He's going to give you a chance to do this and do that. And he'll have a much better supporting cast around him at Arkansas. At Utah than he had at New Mexico. That's for sure. And he's an electric kid, man. He's fun to watch. And so I that combined with the line play that they should have, I think they're poised to break back or to bounce back, excuse me. But last year went so bad that you just worry about are they really going to be able to do that? or was it just a one-off kind of down year type of thing? Like, you never really know, but that guy's a good football coach, and he didn't win all those games all those years by accident. And even last year, Trev, I mean, you look at their record, they had a couple games that weren't pretty, but it's not like they were out there just getting destroyed every game.
Yeah.
They had several games. They had, they lost Arizona State by 8. They lost to TCU by 6. They lost to Houston by 3. They lost to Utah by 1. They lost to Iowa State by 3. They got their butts kicked twice, Arizona and Colorado. That's it. So all those things lead me to think that they should be able to bounce back. But in today's, you just never know, man. How's that quarterback going to fit into their offense? So I know what he did in New Mexico. Are they going to be able to use him properly to get that same? We'll see. I'm sounding like Trevor. I got to see it. Got to show me. But he's fun to watch, y'all. If y'all haven't had a chance to watch that kid, watch Utah early next year, and I hope that they use him correctly because he's fun to watch.
Plus, like we've talked about before with the Big 12, man, it's just the Wild West out there.
Yeah, it's wide open.
You just never know, man. I mean, would it surprise me at all if Utah was in conversation to be in the Big 12 championship? No, it wouldn't. But then in the same light, would it also surprise me that Arizona State's back in it? No. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's crazy. That conference is wild, man.
Yep. Here we go.
Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker in 2015. If Malik Zaire doesn't get hurt, does Notre Dame win the national championship, or if he starts in 2016?
The 2016 team didn't have the talent to win a title. They should have been way better than they were, but they didn't have the talent overall, especially on defense, to win a title. The 2015 team, if Malik stays healthy, I think would have had a chance. I think they would have played for the title. I still go back to it would have been, I think, Lane Kiffin against Brian Van Gorder in the championship game. And I wonder if the game would have turned out exactly how it did for Clemson, where you score a bunch of points, but they score more. I mean, let me just make sure that I'm correct on that. Alabama 2015 football team. Give me a second. The offensive coordinator was, Lane Kiffin in year 2. And he had Derrick Henry and, Sark wasn't on that team or coaching on that staff, but they had Derrick Henry, they had O.J. Howard.
They had one of Cooper Calvin Ridley.
Yeah.
I don't remember which one.
They had Ridley, they had Ardarius Stewart, they had Robert Foster, who was a highly ranked kid who battled injuries, but he was still a good player. But I mean, dude, their number 2 back was Kenyon Drake. Their number 3 back was Damian Harris. You had Cam Robinson and Ross Pierschbacher, Ryan Kelly on the offensive line now, again, Notre Dame had talent on defense, but that talent was being coached by Brian Van Gorder. But I do think if Malik doesn't get hurt, Notre Dame runs the table and they play Alabama in the title game. Because I think they would have won whoever they played against in the playoffs that year. And because I think it was like Oklahoma. Clemson played Oklahoma. And Notre Dame would have been ranked where Clemson was.
And I think Alabama played Washington.
Yeah. No, they played Michigan State.
Michigan State.
They played Washington the next year. They beat Michigan State that year, who was a good team, but not. I mean, they had that fluky win over Ohio State. They were well coached. They weren't real talented. So they would have played one of Michigan State or Oklahoma, and they would have beat either one of them. And but I worry about that defense with Brian Van Gorder leading it.
I'll say this. If everybody else stays healthy on that 2015 team, along with Malik Zaire, I'd feel a lot more confident about that. But that team was also injured a lot, even outside of Malik.
Yeah.
And when you compound Brian Van Gorder being the defensive coordinator, I just don't think they win a national championship. That has nothing to do with Malik or Kaiser or whoever else is on that team.
I just don't think Clemson beats them if Malik plays. I just don't. And I don't think Clemson beats them if Malik plays, even with all the other injuries. To your point, however, Trev, I don't know if I think they might have needed those guys to beat Bama with Brian Van Gorder as your DC. That's the big reason, man. He just was the worst. Gosh, he was so bad.
I loved him.
No, you didn't. It's a fireable offense. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Question from Timeout. Marcus Freeman used the NIU loss to motivate the team and keep the same intensity every week. Will it be harder to keep them or to keep? Will it be harder to keep that same prolonged emotion this year?
Yeah, you find something new to rally them around it. I mean, that's what you do. It's look, football's an emotional game, and you've got to find something to rally. You've got to find some kind of call, some kind of saying, some kind of goal, some kind of objective that rallies everybody together and keeps everybody going in the same direction, especially in the NIL era. But that was hard to do even before the NIL era. Like, teams didn't become selfish and undisciplined just because the NIL thing came about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's been around for a while. But you just find some kind of cry. I don't think last year the prolonged emotion is what led that team to victory. I think what we saw was that loss allowed them to prolong focus. They understood we can't have a day off. We can't have a bad day. We can't have a slip up. We've got to be perfect, and we've got to strive for perfection. And I think it was that focus that was the case, because you can't win on emotion, not for over 13 weeks in a row. You're winning because you're focused in your preparation. And your preparation comes from having great focus, because yes, it's the Tuesday of the Miami, Ohio game or the Stanford game, but that's not just helping you prepare you to beat Stanford. That's going to help you prepare you to beat, so-and-so down the road. That's why that focus comes from. So I think the intensity also comes from a focus, understanding what is needed to be the best version of myself.
Yeah.
And I think those things were more important, because if you have the proper maturity, focus, and leadership, you will be intense on Saturdays. You may not always play. And this is what we saw, Trev, because they were not perfect week after week from an execution standpoint.
Nope.
But there wasn't once that I felt like this team doesn't want to be here today.
Right.
This team has overlooked their opponent. Those are the bigger question marks. That can you contain that? And honestly, will it be harder? Depends on the leadership of this team. Do they think they've arrived? Do they think they're now entitled to be in the championship game? Or are they hungry? Because the loss that could get out of this team, what Northern Illinois did for last year's team, is the one that already happened against Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. The NIU loss, I think, just changed how they attacked every week. But every single Saturday, I don't think Marcus Freeman's pregame speech was, "Hey guys, you remember Northern Illinois?" I don't think it was that. I think it just changed how they prepared week in and week out, to Brian's point about the level of focus. But to me, it's the answer for this is simple. To me, it's doing all that hard work to get to the national championship and at one point be down 31-7. That's it. That's the motivating factor right there. And it's the message to the team is, how can we get better today on April 11th to better prepare us for January of 2026? Mm-hmm. Because maybe there's something that we missed last year on this day that could have gotten us over that hump in the national championship game. I mean, that's because to me, that's more like you're there. You got there, and not got there like you did in 2012. Because, let's call a spade here. If Oregon and Kansas State don't lose in the final week of the regular season, Notre Dame isn't playing in the national championship in 2012. They're just not.
Say that again?
Didn't Oregon and Kansas State both lose in the last week of the regular season?
Yeah, I still think Notre Dame probably gets in over one of them. But, yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the rankings. But, yes, they did both lose. Yeah, let me look at that. But I don't know if it was last game of the season, but they did both lose late. It may have been last game of the season. I'm not sure, but it was late. So I'm looking here. It was actually Notre Dame was third, and those teams both lost in week 11. So there were still 2 games left. And that jumped up Notre Dame and Bama, because Notre Dame was third, Bama was fourth. And they both lost the same weekend, which jumped Notre Dame up to 1 and Bama up to 2 in the rankings. So it was late, but it was the same week. You were correct. It was the same week.
Point being, this season, I'm not saying that you didn't earn it in 2012 because they went undefeated. They had to go on the road and beat your rival USC to remain number one, and I get that. But this past season, you had to win the first ever home playoff game. Then you had to go beat the SEC champs in the Sugar Bowl. Then you had to go down and play Penn State in Miami. And then you got to the national championship.
Right.
So that motivating factor is like you put in all the work. I mean, you could make the argument that 2 quarters in the national championship dictated the loss.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you came back. At one point, it was 31-23. And so that'd be the fuel, is just like knowing that you're right there, but you also weren't. Like you were right there on a 3rd and 11, 31-23. And yes, you were a potential touchdown and 2-point conversion away from tying it. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, you were right there. That'd be my fuel for sure. Mark Avalone, what happens if a freshman has little NIL at the start but blows up as a superstar? Do they get an in-season adjustment?
Well, if a company, so there is still some NIL, like there is still that where say, hey, look, this kid's blowing up. We want to get him on a commercial. We want to get him to do this. There still is that. It's just not the prominent way that guys are making money. There could be some of that, but the kind of NIL you're talking about, which is not really NIL, but to Mark's point, the contract type of thing, that usually happens after the season, not during. So like Leonard Moore got taken care of this season after the year was over. Yeah.
Makes sense. Question from Conrad. Thoughts on Notre Dame selling alcohol at the stadiums? I think this was long overdue and maybe will increase rowdiness in the stadium. Here's to hoping they won't be full highway robbery.
It's hard for me to speak on this because I don't drink alcohol and never really have and never been drunk. I guess my thing is I have a little bit of an issue with a Catholic institution doing that. It's one thing to allow it in parking lots. It's another thing to now you are profiting from it. I also think it's kind of ridiculous that people need to be drunk to get rowdy at a stadium. Like, okay, you're rowdier because everybody's drunk. I've also never understood why you'd pay the money you need to pay to go to a game and then be drunk. Because, like, how much of the game do you remember? But again, I say that as someone who's never been drunk, so I can't really speak on that. It's something I've never understood. So outside of that, I really don't have a strong opinion on it because this is not in my top 10 things that I think a Catholic institution is doing that makes me question, why are you a Catholic institution? So it is what it is, whatever. You got to drive up revenue to get more to pay your players, whatever. I don't love it, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it because they're not forcing me to do anything. It doesn't change my life. And it's not like it's more dangerous to leave the stadium because more people are drunk because people that want to get drunk are going to do that in the parking lot before the game. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It doesn't affect me personally. It's hard for me to grasp it because, again, I don't drink. So it's hard for me to really have a strong opinion on it because I don't understand certain things about why people do what they do. Not in a judgmental way, but literally, I don't understand it. Like, why would you do that? So I have a buddy who literally can't be at a game and not be kind of drunk because he gets so stressed out. Like, it's literally coping for him. Like, it just helps him be more calm. Like, okay, you do you. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
So it's like, all right. So outside of that, I don't know that I have a very strong opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean, coming from somebody that does drink, I think it's cool. I mean, it's not like Notre Dame is not like the first that's trying this out. I mean, they're like kind of arguably one of the last people to kind of do this. Like Michigan and Georgia just did it last year, But it goes with everything. Just do it responsibly.
Right.
Like coming from somebody who does drink, there's a time and a place for everything. And if you're somebody that needs to go to a game and go and not remember, then so be it. You do you. But
Trev, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
At games where they sell, because you've been at professional sporting events where they sell alcohol. Is there like a cutoff? Like at halftime they stop selling alcohol, or do they sell it the whole game? Is there a limit to, like at a bar? Like certain bars, they won't let you drink past a certain number of drinks. How does that work, or is it kind of vary from place to place?
It varies from stadium to stadium. Most places will cut off around the third quarter,
okay.
And then it's always up to the people who are like like up to the concession stand people. Like if you walk up and clearly shouldn't have any more, like it is up to then their discretion to cut you off.
Okay.
So just because you walk, it's like, but I have money, and it's like, yeah, no, dude, like they'll
you can't put a coherent sentence together, nor can you open your eyes.
If you have to get carried up to said bar, you're not going to get to enjoy it. But it does depend. I know there's some that cut off at halftime. There's some at the end of the third quarter. So yeah.
Okay, interesting. I was curious about that, and I don't know what Notre Dame's going to do with that. Be curious to see that too. I wonder if it would depend on day versus night games. I'm curious about that too.
Super chat from Packer fan Total Access. Hey fellas, Clayton here. Hello, Clayton. How do you see the center position for Notre Dame? And if Ashton Craig goes down, who's the number 2 that would replace him?
I mean, if Ashton Craig is healthy, I think he's going to be a good player. I mean, he was a pretty good player for them last year. He had a couple like holding penalties. You're like, come on, dude, you're better than that. Like, don't do that. But he also had some good moments. I mean, he was playing well early in the season. At least he played well against A&M, and he was playing well against Purdue early. He didn't play great against Northern Illinois, but that would put him on the same list as everyone not named Xavier Watts on defense and Jeremiah Love on offense. Like everybody else kind of didn't play well that game. But I mean, if he can be healthy, I think he'll be fine. And then you start getting more experience. If he goes down again, the question would be do they just insert Joe Otting into the starting lineup, or do they move some people around? Would they move Sullivan Absher over and play him since they practice him at center? Is it going to, I don't know the answer to that. I just know right now the number 2 center is Joe Otting, and he's a kid I think is a good football player, and he's going to be a junior now. So I think he's at that age now where you're more comfortable putting him in the game if your starter goes down. I don't know that you're cross-training Sullivan Absher to start if Anthony Knapp goes down. I think it's probably more like you're cross-training Sullivan Absher so he can back up Joe Otting if Joe needs to start, and then you don't have to burn a red shirt on Cam Herron just yet. I think that would most likely be why you're cross-training him. But that's a guess, though. That's a read, not necessarily knowledge. But I would assume Joe Otting and Ashton Craig being out this spring is huge for Joe Otting because he gets a ton of reps. And he has to prepare each day like I'm the starting center. I've got to make the calls. I've got to get the, and I think it's great learning lesson opportunity for Joe to even better prepare him for that time in the fall if his number's called.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if he's played well enough, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that a guy could play well enough this spring to say, hey, does Ashton really have that position locked down after just 6 starts? If so-and-so's performed well, I mean, I think that guy have to perform really well to knock Ashton Craig out of the lineup, but hey, look, Ashton, you're coming back from injury, man. You got to show me that you're better than Joe right now, but that depends on how well Joe performs this spring as well. And I don't have an answer to how well he did perform, but I saw some flashes from him because when you saw the offensive line running well, it was usually right up the middle. And I don't think that's a coincidence.
I'm with you.
This question from ICURN with Robert Slucky says, these recruiting services are ridiculous with their content. Agree. On3 put out a short on YouTube saying Notre Dame just picked up their first 5-star since 2021. Indy had a 5-star on On3 in every cycle. My guess would be that I don't know that Notre Dame has had a 5-star I'm going to look it up right now. I don't know if they might be talking about the composite. And that's why it may actually be, let me go here real quick and pull up Notre Dame's past classes on 3. And I'll look at like last year, for example, because Gerby Lambert, they had as a 5-star on their board, but I don't know that Gerby was a 5-star on the composite board. And so let me go here and find Gerby here real quick. That would have been the 24 class. Who was the On3? Will Black was okay. So yeah, Will Black was a composite 5-star last year. So did they say defensive line? Defensive, was it a defensive player? First defensive player since 2021? So yeah, I don't know, man. I think they just say stuff just to say stuff sometimes. Yeah. But you could have just said these recruiting services are ridiculous, hit a period, and that would have been pretty much end of sentence. But yeah. Or maybe they said like non-offensive linemen since
Maybe.
2021. Like, I have to think that they're, I mean, maybe not that dumb but I could be wrong. I might be giving them too much credit. And who would have been the 5-star been in 2021? Would have been Blake Fisher? Who would that have been? Hold on a second. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know that they're even what. Yeah, I don't. Did they? I don't think they had a 5-star in 2021. So like, I don't even know why you'd go back to 2021 because they didn't have a 5-star in 2021. Yeah, Blake Fisher wasn't a 5-star in 2021. So, okay.
Question from Timeout. Kedron Young is a special talent, but with 3 guys ahead of him, how can they get him some meaningful touches?
Just just commit to putting him in the game. Just say, hey, look, we're going to give him a series in each half. And if they're 3 and out, they're 3 and out. If they go on a long drive, then he's going to be in there until, X number snaps, and then we give him a breather, and then, then we'll put him back in to finish the drive. So, I mean, you just commit to doing it. And the other thing, too, is I would say is it's not meaningful as far as game time, but it's meaningful as far as experience. It's like the minute you get up 27-3 and midway through the third quarter, Jeremiah Love's coming out if it's up to me. And if it's against an inferior team. And now, hey, J Love, stay ready, because it's not like go take your helmet off and undress, take your pads off, because 27-3 is still like a couple bad plays away. But it's like, hey, let's get Kedron in there. And then if Kedron goes down there and leads them on a touchdown drive, and now it's 34-3, now it's like, you're done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and the reason I say that's still meaningful, it's not meaningful in like the games on the line, but it's meaningful because he's playing with the first team offense. Because again, it's midway through the third quarter. And it's more experience for him and running behind that group. And then if he shines in those moments, then you maybe ramp it up a little bit. And it's not a given that, and I also think it's a little bit not necessarily accurate to say there's 3 guys ahead of him, because it's not a given that Aeneas is ahead of him as the every down back. Aeneas is ahead of him as the third down back.
Yeah.
But it's not a given that Aeneas will necessarily be ahead of him as the part of the base down rotation. And as Trev said yesterday, and I think maybe it was Sean, none of the running backs should get complacent with their role in the depth chart. And that includes Jeremiah Love. Like, there's too much talent in this room for anybody to think that they've got anything locked down.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Kedron keeps those guys ahead of him kind of on their toes about, you really want to let that 230-pound bowling ball with great feet in that game? Okay, because you're tired. Okay. Well, you're not going to be tired anymore because you're going to be chilling out over there on the bench watching him run. So watching him and J Love go crazy or whatever. So, but it just give him opportunity, just create opportunities, especially in games where maybe you don't do that at Miami, but you do that like when you're playing Purdue and maybe Arkansas or Boise. You find that time to start working him in and just say, look, every 4th series of the half, we're going to put him in the game. First half, we're going to put him in the game.
Yeah.
And see how he handles it. And then he knows when he's going in, and they all know, and that's how you get him ready to go.
I like that.
Yeah.
Josh Miller, do you think Brian Kelly and Lincoln Riley would have done better if they switched jobs the last 3 years?
No, because Lincoln Riley would have the same problems at LSU that he had at USC, except he'd be facing better teams week after week. He's soft. His teams are soft. And he doesn't like competition. Like, putting him in the SEC doesn't make that better. So, no, I think Brian Kelly's a better head football coach than Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley's a better offensive mind than Brian Kelly because he's a better offensive mind than a lot of people.
Yep.
But he's not a great head coach. And Brian Kelly is without a doubt a more, to me, he's a better head coach. Because, again, I don't give Lincoln Riley a ton of credit for all those playoff berths at Oklahoma because he walked into a phenomenal situation and didn't screw it up yet. He eventually did. That last Oklahoma team he had before he left was not very good. And the only reason they even won as many games as they did that year, Travis, because they just out-talented people.
Mm-hmm.
And, like Yeah. Wasn't that there they almost lost to Kansas?
Yeah.
Who
Yeah, sure
wasn't
was.
good yet? So yeah, I've never been a big fan of Lincoln Riley as a head coach. Offensive mind, I'd sit down and talk ball with Lincoln Riley if we're just talking about offense. If he wants to start talking to me about program philosophy, I'm like, time out. I'm going to go get lunch. You can talk about somebody else about that. But if he wants to sit down there and talk pass scheme and play calling and things like that, shoot, let's do it, man. You want to talk to me about your gap schemes and your wrap concepts and how you pair, your run game in the run and shoot or in the air raid and how that works. And sure, let's do that, man. Like we can have that conversation, but here's how I build a tough team. Okay. You tell me what you would do, and then I'll do the opposite of that because what you do is not going to work. So that's my take on that.
Archie Ingram, can Leonard Moore be as good as Coach Prime in college?
I mean, Archie, I hope so, but that's a tall ask. I still think Deion Sanders might be the greatest college cornerback of my life. I mean, he was, and it's not just because he returned punts and stuff like that. I mean, he was a unreal cornerback. If he's even if we ever get to the point where someone even asks that question and we don't laugh at them, that's awesome. I mean, he is an elite all-time player. I mean, the only other corner that I would put in his league as a corner, not an all-around, but just as a corner, is probably Champ Bailey. Charles Woodson was pretty darn good too, but I still think Champ Bailey's the best cornerback that I've seen since Deion. So that's asking a lot. But if we're ever having that conversation as a legitimate possibility, that means Leonard Moore's really amazing. But no, I mean, and Deion's a pretty big guy. People forget Deion's not small. He's like 6'1". He was a big corner back in the day, and he had incredible speed. I mean, there's the report, and I don't know how true it is, but the thing about he gets out of the limo and he runs the 40 in his windbreaker and runs a 4.2 something, and some people doubt the validity of that story, but like he was a 4.2 something. He was, at worst case, he was a 4.3, low 4. That guy's moving. He was an unreal player. I think some people forget that because they don't like the brashness and the sunglasses and that's just some people, just that's not their thing. They don't care about that. But you look past all that, and back when Deion had a Jerry curl, he was a dude. I mean, he was an unbelievable player, man. He was a special talent, one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, man. Look, this has nothing to do with Leonard Moore. My answer to this is no. Like, Deion Sanders might be the best corner who's ever played football. Like, it's not that I don't think Leonard Moore could be, but it's just, I mean, we're talking about a true freshman, like a kid who is still a true freshman who started 10 games last year. I'm not ready to say, look out, Coach Prime. Someone's coming for your college throne. I love where your head's at, Archie, because I'm like a lot of people very high on Leonard Moore. But look, man, if Malachi Fields comes in at Notre Dame and he has a great season, I'm not going to be ready to call him Megatron.
Right.
Like, it's just, do I think Leonard Moore is going to be very good in college? Yes. Do I think that he has the potential to be the best cornerback go through Notre Dame in a long time? Yes. And that says something because of who they've been putting out recently. But like, when we start talking about like arguably the greatest corner who's ever played the sport,
Deion was a second-team All-American as a true freshman. And he played baseball his entire career. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, he was a freak.
Yeah.
He was a freak. Yeah. He was really good. And then we go to this.
Shaquille Oatmeal, Krispy Kreme, Tim Hortons, or Dunkin' Donuts?
No.
What was your answer going to be?
No. Rise and roll.
Dude.
That's my answer. If I had to do one of those, I'd go Krispy Kreme. But they'd have to be fresh. Krispy Kreme is only good when they're fresh. Like when they're like, they just got made, they're still warm. Like that's the only time I can eat Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, mine with a resounding answer is Rise and Roll. followed by there's a place here in Indianapolis called Long's.
Okay.
I mean, that place is really, really good. Look, I think both Krispy Kreme and Dunkin' Donuts is very overrated. Like it's the name that carries them.
Dunkin'
Like
Donuts is very mediocre.
Yep, they're very okay. And then I've never had Tim Hortons. That might upset some, but I know what it is. But
Canadian, so you don't have to worry about it.
So
yeah, you're good.
No, rise and roll all day by the longest possible distance.
If you have ever been in town and you have not gone to Rise and Roll, you're missing out. You're missing out.
We got some questions on the board, and I've seen some come into the chat of like what to do when you go up to Notre Dame. If you're like not from around town, go get Rise and Roll donuts.
Right. Just don't do it on a Sunday because you're going to be very disappointed when you see that they're closed.
Mm-hmm. Archer 452, our resident Ohio State fan in the chat. North Carolina seems to be a state on the come up from a recruiting perspective, with Oregon, Ohio State, and Notre Dame all making moves for top 10 recruits there. Why are Georgia and Clemson struggling?
Archer, I don't know that I can really answer that question because I haven't paid enough attention to, are they recruiting the state of North Carolina very hard? So wasn't Zamir White from North Carolina?
I'm not sure.
I thought he was from, I could be wrong on that, but yeah, he's from North Carolina. They got him in the 28 class. I'd honestly have to kind of go through. I know Clemson hasn't signed a lot of guys from North Carolina the last couple of years, and I honestly don't know why that is. I don't know if they're just not trying to sign guys from North Carolina. I'd have to go back. I think Jalen Walker, the kid that they just had, stud linebacker, I'm pretty sure he was from North Carolina. They beat Notre Dame from Nnamdi Agboko in the 24 class. So I'd have to go back and look, but I don't know that Georgia's necessarily struggled. I mean, you could tell me, hey, but they missed on these 8 guys over here. Okay, that's fair. I don't know enough about it to kind of say that they've struggled. That they've had more success in the state. Jamal Jarrett, who was at Georgia, I think he's since transferred. He was from North Carolina, so they've landed some kids from there. Georgia recruits the entire Southeast. I don't know that there's any state outside of their own in Florida where they really load up on a lot of kids. Clemson's the one that surprises me a little bit that they haven't had more success in North Carolina, but I don't know how hard they're recruiting the state. They did get Will Shipley, I think, was out of North Carolina. But that's a good question. Maybe they're not prioritizing it as much, maybe for whatever reason. It's a good question. It's a very good question, but it is definitely an up and coming state. I mean, just the guys I mentioned from North Carolina that went to Georgia are pretty good football players, but even back in the 2010s, Notre Dame got the Akwara brothers. And I remember the best cornerback class Notre Dame had signed out of high school, prior to, since Mike Mickens arrived, was all the way back in 2006 when they got Darren Walls out of Pittsburgh and Rayshawn McNeil out of North Carolina. So, I mean, it's they've got Matthias Farley was from North Carolina. He was another guy from North Carolina that Notre Dame got. So they've always been able to get some guys, but the state's just so much deeper now, especially like premium positions like defensive line and wide receiver. That's just like, dude, it just makes sense to recruit that state heavier, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah.
And so it's a good question. And here's the other thing too, is part of the reason they may be struggling is because the fact that Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Oregon are coming into the state and having success. So it's like, clearly these kids kind of want to get out of the area. And so since kind of getting out of the area is not going to Clemson or Georgia, it's like, hey, I'm going to go to Ohio State or whatever the case may be. So there's all types of reasons why, and I'm sure it's different for every kid. Clemson's the one that surprises me. I just can't speak to, Archer, why they're not doing well. It may just be they're not doing well because they haven't prioritized the state. Maybe Dabo stuck back in the 90s when North Carolina wasn't producing a ton of players like it is now. It's a good question. It's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I think Georgia's done okay there. North Carolina has been very good to Notre Dame, obviously. I'm still mad at myself for forgetting about Jadon Blair yesterday when I was talking about all the kids from North Carolina.
Rayshawn McNeil. That is a name that I have not heard.
That's a great question. I think didn't he recover a fumble and return it for a touchdown in the Army All-American game back in the day?
That sounds right, yeah.
Darren Walls was so good, and he got in trouble. He had to miss a year because I think it was academics, but he was a very underrated player too. He's a very good football player. But yeah, him and Rayshawn and Darren, like, we're like, dude, this corner group is going to be nasty. Like, these are 2 top 100 guys. And then the next year they got Gary Gray, who was a top 100 recruit. And you're like, Charlie's starting to recruit some defensive players, and they just never developed them. 2008, they got Robert Blanton was from North Carolina. They got Jamor Slaughter out of Georgia in 08. I mean, like, they were starting to recruit DBs. They just couldn't coach, man. They just couldn't coach them up, dude. That was the problem. They just couldn't coach those guys up. But yeah, I mean, they've had success in that state for a while, just not the volume that they're having the last few years, because there's just so many more opportunities. But again, this is why this is one of the many important reasons that they felt it was good for them to get into the ACC, because this is a fertile recruiting ground for a lot of sports, and football is becoming there, but it's always been fertile ground for basketball players and soccer players and a lot of those other sports. I mean, lacrosse. I mean, a lot of the ACC teams are still really good in lacrosse, still really good in soccer, still really good in some of those other sports. They may not be as good in basketball anymore, but in those other sports, they still dominate. Why? Because that's fertile ground for a lot of those student athletes, for a lot of those sports. And now football is becoming that more so. So yeah. I'm not sure. Clemson, that's an interesting one. Archer, it's actually not something that I may not spend some time on. Yeah.
Josh Bufo, the motivational business banker. What previous Notre Dame commit or silent commit would best be suited to fit on this year's team? Would it be Peyton Bowen, Keon Keeley, or Justin Scott?
I mean, it's hard for me to not want Keon Keeley. Justin Scott, they did not recruit him well. We can look back and say that was not a good job, and still say, but they're okay because there's questions about his attitude and work ethic. Peyton Bowen's a really talented player, but like after watching practice last week, I'm like, I don't really feel the need at safety. Yeah. But you add another pass rusher like Keon to the roster, and with Bryce Young and Logan Thomas and Boubacar and Burnham and Batelho, and you're just like, okay. And yeah, I'd still think Keon.
Yep, me too. Assuming that he also got developed the same way, like if he was started at Notre Dame and what Keon Keeley would be in 2025, yeah, that'd be something special to watch.
Yep. You know what, Trev? I think that is going to do it for today's show. And yeah.
Well,
actually, I do. I wanted. This is one that I saw earlier that I wanted to get to. This is one.
Yeah. Question from Idem Benami. Interesting to see USC and Chad go for the early commit model like Notre Dame had prior, like that style, or are we in the big pool and that means we have to wait more now?
It's necessary when you're building a program. And that's why Chad did it at Notre Dame. They needed to build the program. They needed to get as many of those kids in early and then hang on to as many as they can, knowing you were going to lose some, but you're still going to get enough of those top players to hopefully build your program. And as they evolve and your roster's deeper and you have better numbers and you're winning more games, now you can be more choosy. And that's where Notre Dame is now. So Chad's basically implementing the strategy at USC that he used at Notre Dame. And that's why I say, like, yeah, the class is big now, but let's see how many of those guys they hang on to. Yeah. Especially like the Texas kids, like if Texas comes calling down the road, or if USC struggles this year, like good luck holding it on to some of those guys. The Xavier Griffin kid, the linebacker from the East Coast, I think he visited Georgia this last week. I think he's, like good luck hanging on to that guy. So they're going to have to hang on to all these guys, but that's the strategy. Get as many of them as you can. They know they're not going to sign 8 defensive linemen, but they've already got like 6 or 7 committed, and they're recruiting more because they know, look, guys, we're going to lose somebody. And you just hang on to as many as you can, and you need to do that when you're rebuilding, and USC is in rebuilding mode right now. They just are. Their roster is not in a good place right now for a team trying to win a championship. Yeah. And in 3-4 years, hopefully that changes. It better change. You better evolve out of that because you can't always do that. And Notre Dame's not there now. Now Notre Dame, because of how deep they are, how well they've done, now Notre Dame can kind of pick and choose, like, we want studs now. And I wrote about this in my class Impact for Rodney Dunham, and I didn't really talk about it in the show, Trev, is part of the reason Notre Dame has been able to go target some top players in this class is because they've recruited the end position so well, talent and numbers-wise. So You're looking at it. You've got Boubacar, you've got Logan Thomas, you've got Dom Hulak, you've got Junior, you've got Burnham, you've got Bryce Young, you've got Cole Mullins, you've got Chris Burgess, you've got Joe Reif. Numbers, you're good. You don't need to worry about numbers. And you've got enough impact players who are like, look, we can shoot for the stars now because we don't need to sign 4 defensive ends. Now, if we sign 4, they're going to be 4 studs. But now it's like, let's shoot for the big fish now because we've built the roster to where we don't need to worry about numbers as much anymore. Now it's about, let's go get the best on the board. Yeah. I think that's part of the process too. And so you always have to be able to examine the current circumstances in which a team is recruiting to properly evaluate. Well, they're doing so much better now than they did 3 years ago. So clearly this is better. Well, it may not be better. It's just the circumstances are more primed now for you to have success because of, whatever circumstance. And I think that's Notre Dame's circumstances has changed. Why is Al Washington recruiting better? There's a lot of reasons for it, but one of those reasons is they could spend more time on a smaller board in 2026 of high-level players because numbers weren't necessarily the issue. D-tackle, they got a load of D-tackles. They need some elite ones or some high-level ones. They need to raise the floor of that room and the ceiling of that room. They don't need to rebuild the numbers at defensive tackle. So that's why you don't see as big of a board in certain instances. So I think that factors into it as well. Like there's always multiple reasons why things change. But yeah, Notre Dame is not – like USC has as many commits right now as Notre Dame may end up with, period. Like it's going to be like a 23 to 24 man class, in my opinion. If they go over, it's because they're going to have a top 2 or 3 class. Like if Notre Dame signs 26 or 7, like 26, 27, 28 guys in this class, it's for one of 2 reasons. One, they're just loading up on studs because they're having success and they're going to have a top 2 to 3 class. Not in our opinion, the services. Or 2, they had a bunch of guys leave.
Yeah,
that's the only 2 reasons they're going to sign a massive class. USC needs to sign 30-plus guys because their roster is just flat out bad at certain spots and real thin at others. They're in a completely different world right now. So Notre Dame's not competing against USC for the same type of numbers that USC is. They're recruiting the same type, some players, but also the way that Al Washington built the board is you can lose a Samote Kota-Anga and be like, fine, we'll go get Rodney Dunham. Now, that's not how Al Washington viewed it because Samote was more of a Chad Bowden guy. Rodney was always an Al Washington guy, and they both got the guys ultimately they wanted, so it worked out great for both of them. Wins for both of them. I think as far as a pure end, I like Rodney better as a pure end. Samote's a heck of a player, but I've always kind of felt he's a power end that could grow into a 3 technique. Rodney I still view as more of a pure edge in that class, and I think there was more of a need for that. So that's my stance on that. So
good deal.
Good question though, but I meant to get to that earlier, Iden, and I just kind of lost track of it because it was at the top. So good stuff. That now, Trevor, will do it.
Well, another good Friday full of submissions to, like I said before, to the surprise of no one. Tomorrow, Notre Dame's Blue Gold game kicks off at 2 p.m., and we will all be up there on campus. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm contemplating doing something like around like noon to 12:30. I got to get with Trev on this, like where we may hang out like in the kind of that walk area between the stadium and the library, kind of on the closer to the stadium side. I think we're going to go kind of hang out over there, and just if people want to meet up with us and talk ball and stuff like that. We're not going to do a tailgate, but we are going to do that. So at least for a little bit. So starting around probably 12 to 12:30, you'll probably see us in our IB gear, kind of hanging around in that area. So past the parking lot, past the stadium, in between the stadium and the library. So if you want to come meet us up, we'll be around there before the game. So check us out.
Well, good deal. You heard it here first. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, before you head out of here, please be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family. Whatever streaming platform you watch us on, we'd greatly appreciate a 5-star review. But as always, the best way to support what we do here at Irish Breakdown is subscribe to the premium message boards at irishbreakdown.com. If you are traveling anytime in the next couple of days, safe travels up to South Bend. We hope to see you tomorrow. And until then, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.